do.
I'm thrilled.
Oh, yeah, sit for here. We'll take one of mine.
Yeah. Rob,
Talking to the
come take a photo of us. Take a photo of the four of us. Shirley's trying to take it, but we're not confident. She's in grandmother mode, and we're not sure she actually knows what she's doing.
Happy Mother's Day.
Of course it is.
Oh God, I forgot to say anything. When Shirley takes a photograph, it's just a head sticking in the forehead. Robert looked like he had his finger over the leg.
Was that worse? Okay.
We can get our butts.
They're advertising for Alpca show time.
We had to turn around.
It's alright, I'm in front of you, Richard.
No, let me move that.
You want to change that to BAS? Can we change that to BAS? Can we change it to BAS?
We change it. Will it change? Change to the BAS
Can we change that to the BAS one? To the raw?
for a photograph?
Actually thinking about it. I don't think we're going to have any
Back looking at the watches. Christ, we changed the time. Quite sure.
Well, we're having
Whatever you it's in the diary.
Oh, it's above everyone's pay grade. It has to be operated by the man.
It's lights. Yeah, we'll try light girls. Light girls in this room. Yes, juniors, yeah.
White
Light.
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 Four males. Yeah.
Light.
And then, sorry, what did you say in there?
Lights. Wakaya, lights.
No, so that'll be one. I'm trying to say because I need to light. That would be quite hard.
Well, there's two junior classes.
Yeah, the light females go on for lots.
Well, wait a minute.
I'm glad we had that. I'm glad
What's that there?
I think I've sat with
My whole life ago.
I just think
I just really appreciate the fact that you sat there for 3 days. I'll finish the reports,
Yeah,
but I've got to come out for the stories.
yeah, that's okay, because I've got my, I've got a handle of story, don't I? So,
Yeah.
please.
Should have brought me thermals. I should always learn. Hey, should always think. I'm missing it. That's very good. You'd look good in my hotel, you know, that's a little beacon manor house. I can see you coming in.
Yeah.
Pop me soul, sir. Pop me soul.
Do they serve Cornish pasties?
Eh?
Do they serve Cornish pasties?
Oh,
And
eh.
I know, well, I can't eat any of this northern, man.
It'll be good for you, Gary, to do anything, I'm sure.
International man of mystery.
I think the actual man of this.
They seek him there, they seek him here.
Yeah. I hope you keep the diary, Gary. You know what I mean?
Emily, Morgan?
Yes.
And how old is
10.
10?
Holly?
Holly.
Holly, I.E. Yeah. 8. And Sean, S-I-A-N. Morgan, yeah. 6.
Okay. Cool. Brilliant.
21. And do you want to put Charles anywhere? I had a complaint.
How old are you?
Charles had to play Charles had he's 10 and he was Rick's age. And yeah, he would always, and then, like, I think he would. And there was a show in New York, lunchtime ish.
I'll find out.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day of the British Society National Alpca Show 2017. We're making a call, exhibitors. Are you all awake, ready to go? We're making a call for the Wakaya adult male fawn in ring 2, holding pen, and then the female junior light Wakaya in ring 1. So your stewards are chasing you at the moment. They're looking for you and there doesn't seem to be any exhibitors. So get your act together, get out the coffee shop and get in the hall.
Small photos.
I've already tried to take that one. makes a change to get a hot cup of tea in here or coffee.
Yeah.
You're sending me a good one, are you, Robert?
Yeah, I'm taking it one with me.
Good, you got the right backing on it.
Yeah.
Oh, I want one with the other backing on.
Didn't have your...
No, no.
Can we put a call out for the adult male fawn wakayas, please?
Morning exhibitors. We're still waiting for the adult fawn wakayas for ring 2. If you can get to the ring as soon as possible, please.
Missed out in that entire section. Should be a runner-up. Participation.
People doing the flea show, I think they ended up with
Yeah.
so we've got plenty of spares.
You've got to just back into gear again.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, thinking it's okay, but just don't let it out. Just
Maybe we should be getting them ready as well. Maybe we should be getting them ready because this is soon go through. Yeah. Wow, she's on the ball. She thinks. She's a woman. She thinks ahead.
Exhibitors, can I remind you, the last class that we did in ring 2 yesterday, the intermediate fawn males, can you remember if you've had a first or a second to get yourself to the holding area, because this championship will be going through quite quickly. We've got the adult males waiting to go in now. It's not a massive class, so if you had a first or the second in that final class yesterday, will you please make your way to the holding area for the championship? Just to help you get your head into gear, exhibitors that are looking for the first and seconds of this last classes yesterday. The Fawn juniors I'm looking for are 390 and 398. The intermediates I'm looking for, which for these three classes, is 401, 406, 410, 411, 363 and 461. So there's a lot of you to get gathered, and this class will be through quite quickly, so get ready for the championship. Thank you. And we've kicked off in ring one with the female light juniors. Can we say a big thank you again for the gold sponsors of the National Show 2017, Ashwood, Beckbrow, Fowbury, Houghton Hall, Inca and Surrey Stud. Thank you very much. The Silvers Plus sponsors, CS Alpacas, Popham, Artwork, Blackberry, Charnwood Forest, Pinnacle, Wyvern Vale and Patu. Thank you very much. Just so you know who sponsored these classes and championships, the sponsor for the Wakaya Fawn Male is Hanniston Alpacas. So Ian or Angela Mitchell will be on standby, ready to give out those sashes. And the female light class, the sponsor is Inca Alpacas. So Tim or Tracy need to be on standby to give the sash awards to the light females when we get to that championship in half an hour or so. Thank you very much. So good morning again for people who have just arrived. We've kicked off in ring one with the junior light females. If you're looking in your catalogue, that's on page 37 on your pink pages for Ring 1, the females. And we've kicked off with the males on page 83 with the adult male fawn class in Ring 2. And exhibitors, you're gathering with your first and seconds from that fawn classes late last night or late yesterday afternoon, your juniors and your fawn intermediates for the championship fairly soon. Thank you. Can I make a call out to any children around? We've got the junior handler on today at about just after lunch at 2 o'clock. There's no entry fee. Just book in here on this desk if you would like to join in and do the junior handler. We've got quite a few already, so it'd be nice to have a few more of you. Thank you. We've mentioned our gold sponsors and silver plus sponsors this morning. They're all in this hall, and alongside them we've got the silver sponsors, which is Alpha Alpacas, Snows Hill, Hearts, Hilly Ridge, Alpacas of Cornwall, Bowsdown, Classical Mile End, Legacy and Dreamcoat. Thank you very much also to our silver sponsors. And of course the main ring sponsor and junior handler sponsor is Lock Alpaca Transport. The live screen, which I'm sure everybody's enjoying, which I've never had a chance to see since it's behind me, is the Alpaca Showtime. Thank you very much for the live screen sponsor.
Over 2 inches, isn't it? It's over 2.
Here we are moving into the light juvenile females this morning. We have 5 entries in this class. Coming up into first place, this young female, she may look a little bit unhappy out here. She's got her ears back and she's drooling a little bit. Apparently she choked right before she came into the show ring. So she's, you can see she's a little bit stressed there at the moment, but we will get her out the ring here quickly and hopefully she can rest up a little bit. But when you stand and view this female, certainly if you turn her on a side profile here for us, really strong and straight. When you look at her top line, her neck 2/3 the length of her back, equal to the length of her leg, she's very solid off of all 4. Carrying through on the fleece, we compared her as a close top pair to the second, but what gave her the advantage, she carried through with the finest fleece within this group, and across that fleece maintained excellent uniformity within the staple. As we went from front through mid-side through to the rump and down into the extremities, she maintained that overall fineness and evenness within the staple. A very bright fleece, very, very soft handling fleece, giving her the advantage today. Congratulations to you. Moving then to second place, this female, as you can see, she carries through. She's very feminine in her style, already showing excellent development overall, broad through her chest, showing great capacity. Really appreciated the length of staple that she's producing at 9 months of age, a long stapling fleece. As you open up this fleece, it's very organized within the structure and architecture within the staple. Excellent length to the staple for that growing period, and overall packing on a good degree of density and uniformity combined. That gave her the advantage over number 3, if you'd like to bring number 3 out. Number 3, certainly appropriately grown for her age. Again, she's very feminine in her style. Her substance of bone meets the rest of her body size. She carries a very soft handling fleece. The advantage went to the female above for carrying more solidity and density within the staple. But across the fleece here, she maintains an excellent fineness. As you turn and see her on her left side, she does have a brown spot there on her left side hip. However, as you work through her fleece, she's very even. We're not seeing dark fibers running throughout the blanket. Overall, very soft to the hand, just lacking the length of staple growth, and that was the advantage on the female above, you know, that she, for the same period of time, carried just a longer staple as well. Moving then from the 3rd to the 4th, we got a slight jump here in the micron of the fleece. This fleece, as you open it up, it's not as easy to open up, just a little bit cross-fibered in there. You have to work a little bit to get down to the skin. Overall has a good handle to the fleece, but a little more variation as you look at the fibers in the sample and you work across the fleece. Some darker primaries within that fleece that are a little broader in micron. And when you put your hands on the fleece, you can actually feel that a little bit, not quite as soft to the hand. She does carry a very long length to the staple, and when you look at her overall strength of frame, she's got good capacity, very well grown out for her age. Just would like to have seen a little more uniformity running all the way through. And then as we come to number 5 here today, unfortunately we can't move her up any higher in the class. When we view her there from the side, she has good substance of bone. Overall, would like to see her a little more aligned in her jaw set. She's just a little past with her incisors, past the dental pad. But I think she's unfortunately got injured as she came out into the ring and we were viewing her. She's really favoring her right hind leg. She's almost limping on it. So on further discussion with the handler, she apparently jumped off the trailer, and I think she's injured herself. So because we can't see her walking sound, we have to then ward her here in the 5th place position. We can't move her up any higher in the class today. Hopefully she will recover. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Thank you.
And the results of that Wakaya Junior female light class. In first place, number 142. Second place, 145. Third place, 144. Fourth place, 147. And fifth place, 148. And the next lot of junior light females, it's in fact, yes, junior light females are coming into the ring now in ring 1. Now we're coming to the end of the adult fawn Wakaya males in ring 2. We still need a lot of these first and seconds for the championship. So please, will you get your act together? You should be in the holding pen or you're going to miss your championship. We need first and seconds of the fawn classes from yesterday, juniors and intermediates. I read the numbers earlier.
Thank you for the technical help. In the male ring, we've started off with 2 different age sections rounding out the fawns here. We've got 6 entrants in the adults and 2 in the seniors. When we came up to the compare these alpacas, the male coming up into first position, he comes up, if you just want to walk him out, he's showing appropriate growth for age, and he's very true to type. Looking at the fleece, he's got the finest fleece in the class. He's extremely uniform in his micron. It's really pleasing that he's uniform in his colour through that fleece as well. He's got a high level of brightness due to the alignment of these fibres growing out through the staple. And so those sum of traits have brought him up to the top of the class. We can see the male coming up in second position is more robust in his overall frame with greater width through the chest and hips. However, he just didn't have those fleece attributes, nor was he quite as balanced in his proportions as the male standing above him, and that's what was the main placing points between first and second. As I said, the second place boy, very robust in his frame, a bit taller overall than is ideal, but looking at the fleece, when we come to then compare him to the other males in the class, he comes up firmly in second place, again because of his uniformity in his colour through that fleece, and also he's more uniform in micron as we move into the extremities, carrying those positive fleece attributes further into the extremities than the other males in consideration. Third place boy, very competitive. He's the oldest male in the class at 40 odd months of age. Again, very stylish and true to type. Really pleasing masculinity to him, as you can see him standing there. Looking at the fleece, he's higher in micron, but we understand he's the older male in the class. The other thing that's put him down in that third position, he's just not as uniform in colour through that fleece. When we took some samples, there's some lighter fibre running through that fleece. So that lack of uniformity in that fleece aspect has put him firmly in third position. When we move from third to fourth, we have again a slight increase in the micron through that fleece. The fourth place male, excellent staple length to that fleece, which is really pleasing to see. Opens up very well organised within the staple, and again a very robust, true to type frame on him. Again, slightly more colour variation through that fleece. As you can see, he fades out more as we move into the extremities, and there's more presence of that lighter fibre running through the staple as well, and a bit more variation with some higher micron primary fibres more present than we've seen in the males standing up in the higher placings. When we move from fourth to fifth, again a slight increase in overall micron through that fleece. Again, not quite the overall robustness and maturity to the frame we're seeing in the male standing above him. He's certainly correct in his conformation, but just not as overall as strong and robust as you can see. Looking at the fleece as well, organised through that staple, he's got a density advantage overall when comparing him to the male coming up into sixth position. Sixth place male, very true to type and stylish, again very correct in his frame, which is pleasing to see. Looking at the fleece, he's well organised in his staple, but again just more variation in his micron, more variation in the colour through that fleece, and that's put him firmly in sixth position. Looking at the two seniors, we have two old boys being brought out this weekend. The male coming up into first position is 92 months of age, which is great to see him coming out. Very correct and in his frame, excellent substance of bone, and very macho in his overall appearance. Looking at the fleece, he's really pleasing to see the overall fineness through that fleece, taking into account his age. He has got a greater presence of the primary fibres are more evident through that fleece, but they're still quite fine, taking into account that age. Very little differential in the micron overall. So we're very pleased to give him the first place here this weekend. The second place male, he's 72 months of age. Again, very correct overall when you see him standing there. For the age differential, we thought he was just slightly higher micron overall, not quite the degree of density that we're seeing in the male standing above him, but a very competitive second. Well done.
And the results of the adult male fawn class: number 423 first, second 424, third 422, fourth 425, fifth 427, and sixth 426. And also in that ring was the seniors, and first in the seniors was 428, and second was 429. And have gone straight on in ring 2 to the championship of the fawn male Wakaya. And Ian and Angela Mitchell should be on standby, ready to give out the sash. Thank you very much. Can I make exhibitors? Can we make a call for all junior male fawn Surreys? Because you'll be commencing in ring 2 soon. So it's the first Surrey call of the morning, junior males. Thank you.
numbers. We see the numbers. Okay, here we are in our second class here of junior female lights at the national show. Interesting class, fairly mixed. If you come forward in your positions, I'll tell you exactly what's going on. I have to say that the class was it's very much of a muchness, right? The winner at the front, right, has a beautiful handle. It's got a well-defined fleece. It drops away quite as it goes forward. It moves away quite strongly in the front end there, right? And it's got a very dark fibre within its fleece, right? Apart from that, it's a beautiful handle, showing a good volume of fleece on a good frame, and therefore it comes first. Can I say, right? You know when they say paddock condition, right? It doesn't mean you bring it all in with you, right? You can actually, right, stand there and pick bits off it, right? As long as you don't overpick it and it turns really fluffy. To come in with on a beautiful animal like this, to come in with a cardboard hanging off and a straw hanging off, you could have got, it could have been done, right? Bless it, right? It's a very tidy alpaca in second place there. The reason it stands in second place, it's not quite as fine as the animal standing in first place, doesn't quite have the handle. Within the staple, the fibers are quite mixed, right? They're not as even as the alpaca standing in first place. It's got appears to be good, but when you actually get in there, it's a mixed quality, just turns the handle a little bit different, not quite as soft as it should be, right? Alpaca standing in third place is a little coarser than the first two, right? It has a nice handle, right, and a bit more color variation, right? Good length of staple, but doesn't really have the great definition, no great uniformity and structure within there, just to hold it together, no great density. Alpaca standing in fourth place, right? I got it right. Just watching what's happening over here in my left eye, just to see what's going on. Has a great staple length, right? Really good staple length. It's fairly soft, but has a primary fibre that runs right throughout it all, right? You can see it on the outside. Breaks very early on in the transition coming forward at the shoulder. Breaks very early on and comes very wide. But the primary fibre was the reason, really, that it's down in fourth place. Far heavier content than any of the animals standing above it. And the alpaca standing here, really, it's a very soft, it appears very handle, doesn't really have the kind of depth, architecture in its fleece, structure or density of any of the animals standing above it today. But thank you very much. That's it. Thank you. Go now. Pick the bits off. It looks great when you pick the bits.
And the results of that second Wakaya Junior Female Light: in first place, number 158, second place 153, third place 150, fourth place 155, and fifth place 156. And continuing in ring one is class 126, the Wakaya Intermediate Female Light, starting on page 40 if you haven't caught up yet this morning. And carrying on in ring two is the Fawn Male Wakaya Championship, but we have called all Surreys to get yourself into the holding area ready for the beginning of the Surrey this morning. And we're still making a call out for one of the lights intermediates females that are waiting to go into the ring. A light female, I think it might be somebody who's still in the championship, but hopefully you've sent somebody into your pen to collect. There is a female light missing at the moment that is going into the ring. Thanks, Bob. Sorry we're panicking in. No, that's the new one. So you see the red thing, you press here, this is the one it needs. So when you press that inside. Can we put a call out for the next lot of Surreys to go into Ring 1? All Surreys Lights Juniors to go to the collecting Ring 1. We're coming to a conclusion now in the fawn males.
Okay, there's the fawn male champion. We stopped last night midway through the fawn male category. Coming back this morning, not to be disappointed here, as we went through the early classes and then coming up for the championship. This little champion here, if we're looking for a phenotype we want to aspire to, something that represents a breed type beautifully, he's got that look, he's got that fleece coverage. I think just when we moved into him, very, very bright fleece, highly organized fleece. All the indicator traits there saying that we were going to find a fine and uniform fleece, and that we did. Most impressive, though, has to be the staple length on him. And it was really that staple length that stood him out from the rest there, both in his class and in the championship lineup. So congratulations. Moving on to our reserve choice was a little more challenging because we're still balancing up age. But when it came down to our reserve here, 20 months old, we just really, really did appreciate, again, the phenotype on this. But at this age, he's shown beautiful balance, tremendous capacity through the chest and hindquarters, very powerful, great depth in the body there, great spring of rib, and carrying a very, very long staple on him again, and very, very fine and holding well for his age. So congratulations to you both. Thank you all very much.
The Surreys are next coming into the ring, ring 2, but please can the Junior Brown males be at the ready in the holding pen in ring 2. And the results of the Fawn Championship male, Wakaya, the champion was number 401, and the reserve was 410. 401, I can give you the names now. 401 is Forbury Constantine. Congratulations, Graham and Jenny McHarg. And the reserve champion went to 410, which is Pinnacle Mr. Darcy. Congratulations to Tony and Hilary Munkham. Well done. We now commence the juniors fawn males in ring 2, and we are finishing the lights females intermediates in ring 1. Can I make another call out for any junior handlers that want to join in just after lunch today? Come up to us on the desk here and put your name down. We'll happily have you join the junior handlers. It has been split into two teams, 6 to 10-year-olds in ring 1, and it'll be the 11 to 16-year-olds in ring 2, and that'll happen after lunch.
Here we are moving into the intermediate light females, and all of the females in this group you can see have grown out very, very well. We're seeing some different frame styles here, and across the group as you were standing there you can see what rapid growth phase they're in. Some of them a little higher off in their rumps, some really shooting upright, others have filled out a little bit more. So it's been a very interesting group to look at as a whole. Coming into the first place, if you'd like to parade her out, this female carries through with excellent style and type. When you start with her head style, she has a real triangular shaped muzzle. She's nice and broad across her brow, correct in her jaw alignment, showing good capacity through her frame, yet still very feminine in her style. What gave her the advantage today? She has a very bright fleece. You open up this fleece, really organized within the structure of the staple. As we worked across her fleece, the overall evenness within the staple, very silky handle. You just open up this fleece and it's luxurious, absolutely beautiful. She carries across with good density within that staple, along with that softness of hand, gave her the advantage here today. Congratulations to you. As we move to the second place, the length of staple on the first place certainly gave her that advantage in the lineup. But this female too gives you an overall very true to type picture. At this stage, she's just a little bit higher off in her rump than in her front as you look at her from the side view. However, when you look at her as she parades out, she certainly is very strong off of all fours. And so when we look at that, she really looks like she's just going through that teenage growth spurt at the moment. Really true to type through her head style. She's very feminine in her style. Open up the fleece on her and she is recognized for the fineness within her fleece. An incredibly fine fleece, a higher frequency style character crimp running along the staple. Very even as we move across the blanket area on her, move down into her belly. Moving up onto her shoulder, it changes just a little bit in style, doesn't carry quite as far forward. However, within the fleece, you can see from the outside as well, she carries great density relative to that fineness. Congratulations to you. Moving then from second to third, as this female comes out, we appreciate her overall substance of bone. If we could see one thing on her, would like her just a little stronger and straighter on that top line. She's just a little bit longer in the back, and you can watch her as she walks out. She's just not quite as strong moving off of those hind quarters. However, with that being said, she's showing us very good capacity overall. She's very true to type through her head style, correct in her jaw alignment. This fleece opens up very cleanly, very evenly, very organized within the structure, within the staple. As we worked across the blanket, very uniform. The advantage went to the female above for carrying greater density, but still the overall softness, fineness, and brightness combined kept her here in third. Congratulations to you. As we move down the line, the degree of density was the cut as we move to the fourth place. This female here, you can see she's kind of a very tall female at this stage. She's a little bit longer in her back, not quite as squared off in comparison. However, she carries through with a very soft handling fleece. Across the fleece showing good uniformity, just a little bit shorter in staple and carrying a little less consistency as we move down into the belly, just changing a little bit, getting more open in the structure of the fleece. As I move from 4 to 5 here, number 5, she's got a lot of size to her as far as height. When you look at this female, as she matures out and broadens out more through her chest and through her rear, she's going to be a very substantial female. However, she's still very much in type. She's very true to type in her head style. Overall, she's showing good strength to her frame. She carries an excellent softness within the fleece. We had some really fine fleeces out here. Within the staple, however, just not packing as much density, so the cut moving down the line in density. Then as we move into the 6th place here today, this female here showing good capacity. She's very feminine overall, very strong and straight, very compact in her body style. We recognized her for her fineness within her fleece as well, combined with the density. Just as she moves away from us, she's very narrow off of those hind quarters and just starting to cross over the midline a little bit, and we'd like to see a little more strength and stability off of her hind end. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you. Moving into the fawn section here, fawn Surrey section. This is the entire group of classes for the fawns. You would have seen that we moved 2 into the brown section. We thought they were a bit darker than the fawn. With the juniors here, we came up with the first place male. He's 9 months of age. Looking at, he's standing in that position for his overall fleece attributes. We're seeing a degree of lustre, which is pleasing and uniform across that blanket area. There's a level of fineness and organisation through his lock, which is consistently expressed across the blanket. We'd like to see greater maturity at 9 months of age, greater maturity and robustness to his frame. He's not being exhibited in the level of body condition and that we'd ideally like to see is a bit lower in condition overall, and I think that's affected his overall growth for age. But we still felt he had those fleece attributes to come up into that first position overall here today. He's more uniform in his colour, and he's got a greater degree of relative density for his fineness when comparing him to the male coming up into second position. This male also is in lower overall body condition than we'd ideally like to see. Looking at the fleece, he is again showing a level of lustre which is pleasing overall, but not quite the degree of density for his relative fineness through that lock that we're seeing in the male standing above him. And that level of lustre and relative fineness advantage has placed him over the well-grown male coming up into third position. He's also 9 months of age, so you can see he has got the class advantage for growth and maturity to his frame. Having said that, however, he just doesn't have the fleece attributes to be higher up in the class. He is well organised across the lock, but not that level of lustre that we're seeing in the male standing above him, and so that puts him firmly in third position here today. And we're a single entrant in the intermediate here. He is showing appropriate growth for age. Not quite as straight through the top line, a bit more angulation through the rump as we look at him in profile. Looking at the fleece, he's showing a uniformity in micron. He's slightly higher in micron overall than we'd like to see at his age, and not the degree of lustre overall, but he is showing a level of organisation coming back through that fleece, and he is quite consistent in his micron overall. Because of the issues with the conformational attributes of the juveniles and the fleece attributes here, we have decided not to award a championship or reserve in this colour group. So thank you very much for being part of the show.
Junior brown males are about to commence in ring 2, so make sure if you're in that second group of browns that you're there, waiting to go in, and there's also a call for the intermediate brown males. In ring 2, they are doing the intermediate female lights. Can the light Surreys start to collect in the holding ring, please? Of ring 1. Also, the champion or the first and seconds of the light Wakaya classes, can you collect ready to do the championship of lights? The light champion female is sponsored by Inca Alpacas, Tim and Tracy Hay. Yeah, the Browns class that is coming in junior in ring 2. The Browns are sponsored by, their class is sponsored by Patu Alpacas, Mark Steele. You've got your last chance today to have a look at that fleece show in the corner that was sponsored by Rushmere Alpacas. The organiser of it, the 2 judges, Nick Harrington-Smith and Rob Bettinson, judged these fleeces last week, and they are displayed in the corner. And she had helpers with her. Julia Corrigan Stewart had Sue and Jacob Keane, Paul and Linda Bywater, Shirley Isier, Deborah Harris, Emma Taylor, Emma Pelleter, Rose Mack, and Joanna Nabar to help with that fleece show. Thank you very much for your help. And it was exhibited, the fleece show, by Caroline Oakes of Clivewood Farm Alpacas. There is a fleece skirting demonstration going on in the foyer from about 10:30 this morning. So if you do want to go and see that fleece demonstration, meet in the foyer at about 10:30. Thank you. We are still missing some brown junior Wakayas for Ring 2. This is the first set of brown Wakaya juniors. The second set are waiting to go in, and there is still some missing. Can you please have a look if you've got one in there, and the intermediates will follow closely after that.
Needed blowing at. Obviously the microphone just needed blowing into. That was what it was. That's great. Okay, welcome here. We've got two classes in the ring at the same time. 2 adult females and 1 senior, who I've been informed is 106 months of age, right? Which is great. I had to work that one out. I could have a long time since I was doing my times table. Right, here we go. The alpaca in first place, right? She has a beautiful fleece, right? It's very uniform, goes right throughout. Breaks away a little bit at the shoulder, as you can see in the neck, changes quite considerably. But within the staples, beautiful silky feel, well organized, very bright, and very similar all the way through. Probably a little bit, you know, a little could have been on a better frame. That's all I think you'd like to see, a little bit more frame. The way she walks with what Amanda called a flat tire. At the front, she's sort of like, you know, she walks with a dipped front. She stands proud sometimes when she's in the, you know, when you're in the lineup, but you can see as she relaxes, she sits back on the tire and it goes down at the front. But very uniform. Standing over there, primarily on the uniformity, I don't think there was a great deal to choose in the fineness of the animals, but this is a very uniform, well-organized fleece, as this one doesn't carry its organization or its fineness right out to its extremities in the same way. So that's why they're first and second today. Well, thank you very much. And over here, I have to say that like at 106 months old, which for anyone who doesn't quite work it out is 8 years and 10 months. This lady holds a fineness within a fleece that's very equivalent to the other animals standing there, which are much, much younger, right? She's got a great uniformity. She's got good density. She's really well behaved. She's a beautiful looking animal, right? She's a classic shape. And if our paddocks were full of alpacas like this, we would be delighted, right? At 8 years and 10 months. Congratulations, well done. Thank you very much.
The championship for the light females is about to commence in ring 1. So they're coming in, the first and seconds juniors, in 2 classes of juniors, then your intermediate, your adult and your senior, the first in the front row and the second in the back row. The judges will commence the judging now of the light females in ring 1. Can the Surrey juniors light start to get ready in the collecting ring, ready to get on straight after the championship? And in ring 2, we are judging the junior male browns. First class is in. I've been asked to make a call. There's still some juniors missing brown for the second lot of brown juniors. Can you get yourself to the collecting ring as soon as possible? And I forgot to mention the results of that last adult female light class. First place was 169, second place 170. You can see them in the ring now. And the senior female light, number 171, got a first, even in a class of her own. And she, as you can see, at the end of the line, ready for the championship. Exhibitor call, we now require the intermediate brown males and the adult brown males together in the collecting ring, ready to show following the next junior class.
I'm swapping with Dave after this one.
Okay.
So, will I need to change ring at some point?
Well, this is the champion going on at the moment.
Oh,
We've
is it?
already started that one, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Whether or not that,
probably.
what, shall I just get Dave to swap over to that one quickly?
Yeah, let's move on, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Dave,
that's the last
Dave,
one.
I'm going to need to just quickly move into ring one to just finish the judging on the champion on this side. Do you want me to?
I'll change this to Telford.
So we are very proud to present the 2017 Light Female Champion Wakaya, sponsored by Inca Alpacas. It is going to number 171. Let's give her a big round of applause. And our reserve champion is going to go to number 142, coming out of our juvenile class. Absolute pleasure to judge these girls. Coming up as the champion here, she is 8 years of age. She's had 5 careers, so she really is putting the whole picture together as far as function. This female here, you can see she's very strong in her frame. She has just shown that she is an incredible production alpaca. As we examined her fleece, she's maintaining style within that fleece, excellent length to the staple, also maintaining a brightness and softness as she has matured, which gave her the obvious championship banner here today. Congratulations to you. Then coming into the reserve position, this female here, she is just coming out of the juvenile group. Great style and type to her, and as you open up that fleece, high degree of brilliant and brightness within the fleece. It's an incredibly soft, luxurious handling fleece, excellent length to the staple, carrying through with good solidity, bringing her as the reserve. Let's give these both a big round of applause. Congratulations to you both.
Okay, there we have the junior brown section. Starting off in first place here, moved really well. We like the frame on this. We like the fact that it's well balanced. But above all else, we started to come in really in this particular group. We were making our decisions heavily predicated on fleece traits. First place here is carrying a dense fleece. Is well organized, very uniform in micron across it, and really just that uniformity of micron and density allied to the strength of frame and the soundness of the fleece stood it in first place. And it was that soundness of fleece that just dropped our second place alpaca down into that position. When we were pulling that, whether it's a weaning tenderness or whatever else, that fleece is just a little bit tender. But it is fine, it's very soft, it's showing good density. Again, we'd just like to see a little bit more strength in there, a bit more robustness in the frame, a little bit more condition on there. However, fleece-wise, this one was actually carrying a finer, more uniform fleece with a brightness to it over and above the third place. Third place here again, you can see very similar in size. I do appreciate the fact that our third place alpaca is carrying better body condition, but just wasn't carrying the uniformity of micron within that fleece to move it up today. And then moving down into fourth place here. Fourth place, clearly you can see very, very well grown for age, well balanced, a little bit finer around the head than, more feminine around the head than those standing above it in the class, but moved in the fleece. What we appreciated in this fleece, it was soft handling, had really good staple length there, and had good uniformity of micron, which of course gave it that soft handle. We move away then into fifth place here, fifth place alpaca. You can just see just a little bit sort of down on the shoulders at the moment, just standing a little bit straight off the hock. But then you move into that fleece again, showing a good level of density in this fleece with some good staple length there. However, just not the uniformity of micron, and we're starting to see some broader primary fibers creeping in higher into the fleece. Moving to our sixth place alpaca here, most of you will be stood out there thinking that's got to be black, which is exactly what we thought. This boy stands here on his fleece qualities over those that left the ring. It's a very bright, soft handling fleece. It is very definitely brown at the skin. It's had a bit of a color change here. But above all else, what we really appreciated about this was that brightness and the softness of hand. It just didn't have the fineness of micron to move up the class. But thank you.
In ring 1, we've commenced the Surrey Junior Female Lights, but the results of the Championship Light Female, first place went to 171, Beckbrow, Cambridge Lady Gaga. Congratulations to Barbara Hetherington and Paul. And reserve champion went to number 142, which was Boresdown, if I remember rightly. Hang on, let's have a look. Sorry, 142. Yes, it was Boresdown Just Dance. Congratulations to Boresdown Alpacas, reserve champion light, Wakaya female. Well done. In ring 1, the junior, a big class of junior female light Surreys. This class, this whole championship is sponsored by Mulberry Alpacas. So if Harry Edwards can be on standby ready to give out the sash at the end of this female Surrey light group. Thank you. And carrying on in ring 2 is the second class of junior brown males. I hope all the intermediates and the adults are now waiting behind because there was a call out for them not that long ago. Thank you very much. Exhibitors, a call for the intermediate brown males along with the adult brown males. We need to have you in the collecting ring now as they're halfway through the juniors, nearly finishing the juniors. Will you please come to the collecting ring? Adult, intermediate, male, brown. Can I put out a call for a camera? We did retrieve, by the way, yesterday, the camera from the magazine editor's camera that was left on the BAS stand. We did get it back, so that was lovely of somebody to hand it in. I didn't ever see who it was. We've got a second camera go missing now, or we've lost it. It's gone somewhere. It's a smaller camera, so can you look out for a Panasonic camera that's been lost somewhere yesterday? If you find it, can you bring it either to us here at the desk? Would be very grateful. Thank you very much. Exhibitor announcement. We're getting ahead of ourselves here, but we have a lot of white Wakayas coming in after these Surreys. Would Class 100 be on standby? We have a lot to get through with the Surreys, but they will go through quite quickly. So if you're in Class 100 Wakaya, will you please get ready to come into the holding area? For those who have just walked in, you have in Ring 2 the second class of Junior Brown males, and in Ring 1 you have the Junior Light female Surreys. A big class, as you can see, and then we have the intermediates and adults waiting to come in after them. Can I give thanks again to our gold sponsors, our Ashwood, Beckbrow, Forbury, Houghton Hall, Inca and Surrey Stud. Thank you very much for their sponsorship. And the Silver Plus sponsors are CS Alpacas, Popham, Artwork, Blackberry, Charnwood Forest, Pinnacle, Wyvern Vale and Patu. You can see these people in the hall. If you wanted to go and chat to them, we're very happy to talk to you. They are in this main hall just around the ring. The gold sponsors being closest to the ring: Ashwood, Beckbrow, Fowbury, Houghton Hall, Inca and Surrey Stud. And now thanks as well to the main ring sponsor and junior handler, which is Loch Alpaca Transport. Liz is around today. She has arrived and is waiting to also give that Supreme Champion Surrey Award later on today. Thanks again to Alpaca Showtime for the sponsoring of this fabulous screen behind us. We do have a link from the BAS site for live. So you can see it, apparently. I would love to have seen it. I ought to get on my phone and see if I can see it. So thanks again to Alpaca Showtime for the live screening. The Supreme Champion sponsors is Loch Alpaca Transport for the Surrey, as I mentioned, and then Armitage Livestock Insurance are the Supreme Champion sponsor for the Wakaya. Can we do another welcome for our overseas visitors? A few were at the dinner last night as well, but we have a lot coming in, having come in from Finland. I would try and read the names, but I'm struggling with some of them. We've got Anu, Turalan, Anna Keza. This is the herd, is Jan Nulan from Finland. Heidi, that's the herd name, is Ali Olin, and that's Jessica. Then we've got Ali Olin, we've also got Linda, and we've got from, sorry, I'm struggling to read these out. Who else have we got? As you see, you've obviously come in a group from Finland, which is lovely. Harry, I think it must be, from Finland. Alpaca Fuenta, you've got Jan. JS Alpacas, we've got Peter and Anya. And we've got also from Finland, Tina. From France, we've got Paul. And from Poland, we've got Joanna. I met Joanna at dinner last night. I've met Joanna before. We've got from Northern Ireland, Chris and Claire. They're Connie Rea. Eden Dairy Alpacas, we've got Paul O'Brennan. Come in, he came and said hello yesterday. Mullingar Alpacas, we've got Ida. Layla from Finland. Ida from Finland. Sue and Terry Winter from Ireland. There's a lot of you, isn't there? We're doing really well. I think that's all. I know there's some others because I've met them. I'll hand over now because we get towards the end of the junior female Surrey's light.
Thank you. In the second group of junior brown males here, the male in first position was the clear winner when we went through that group. He's 8 months of age or so. He's showing appropriate growth for age. He's very true to type and stylish, as you can see. He's very balanced in his proportions when we look at him in profile. Looking at the fleece, he is by far the finest in the group. He's showing great uniformity in both that micron range and that colour through the fleece, which is really pleasing to see. He's well organised through his staple. And that uniformity in his microns giving him a beautiful soft handling fleece, which is really luxurious to the hand when we get into that, into his fleece. So those sum of traits place him clearly at the top of the class, so congratulations. Second place male, again, very stylish and true to type. He's well grown overall, very stylish, as you can see through his head style. Looking at the fleece, just slightly higher in micron, not quite the degree of density for his relative fineness through that fleece. It's a bit more variant in his colour through that fleece as he lightens off as we move into like the groin and into the apron area, and he has that smokiness through the head. So there's a presence of some darker fibres running through that fleece. But when looking at him compared to the others, he had that advantage in relative fineness and a much higher level of organisation and brightness through the staple when compared to the boys in the lower placings. When we move down to the third place male, he's correct in his conformation, but not the overall robustness of the frame. He's a bit narrower through the front legs. He's also just doesn't have quite the circumference of bone or substance of bone that we're seeing in the male standing above him. Looking at the fleece, however, he stands firmly in third position when comparing him to the other males. Lower down in the class, he had the advantage in relative fineness, a bit more uniformity in his micron range through that fleece, As we move down into the lower placings, we're seeing a greater prevalence of black or much darker primary fibres through that fleece, which is a detriment in all those fleeces as we move down in the lower placings. But here, the least prevalence of that when compared to the other boys standing below him. He had the advantage in relative fineness when compared to the boys standing below him, so that fits him firmly in third position. Fourth place boy, showing a very stylish presence in the ring. He's well grown and balanced to his proportions. When comparing him to the male standing above him, just a drop off in degree of density overall, and again a slightly higher micron, darker primary fibre running through that fleece relative to the boy standing above him. When we move down from fourth to fifth, the fourth place male had the obvious frame advantage and maturity to his frame advantage. Both these boys are 8 months of age or so. He also is relatively finer through that fleece and slightly denser when comparing the staple development between fourth and fifth. Fifth place male is balanced in his proportions, he's true to type. He just needs to grow up and fill out into that frame, just not as robust as the male standing above him. He was relatively finer overall when comparing him to the male, coming up in the final position here in sixth position. Sixth place boy, certainly well grown as you can see, but just higher in micron when compared to the other boys. Again, it has that darker primary fibre running through that fleece, so not that uniformity of micron nor that softness to hand we're seeing the boys higher up in the placings. Well done.
Can you read the top line? No.
And the results of that second Brown Junior male class: first number 4-2, second number 4-4-8, third number 4-5-1, fourth number 4-4-9, fifth number 4-5-2, and sixth 4-5-3. And so in ring 2 we've moved on to the intermediate Brown males. I think the adult may well come in at the end of that class too.
I do wish we had the numbers on the people. It's very difficult to read them on the animals, especially on the juniors. They're pointing at the floor, not at the judge, right? Very good. Very good. Well, here we are in that was a great class, right? The light female Surrey, lovely class, very close, you know, lots of interesting things happening in the Surreys. Great definitions being made in the ones at the top of the class to the ones that were further down the class. The Surreys are changing. Every year we come on differently. They're proven to be different things. We gave the first prize to the Sean one, right? The regrowth, the way the regrowth is coming back, right? It's got great luster, great fineness, but the organisation you can see in the 3 inches, it's, you know, 3 inch odd fleece it's got is beautiful, right? You can peel it back. It's like we're looking in a pencil box, which is, you know, which is a beautiful thing, even though it's a flat wave and twist thing. The alpaca standing in second place, you know, it's got amazing fleece growth, right? For the length, you know, for what, 10 months? 10 months, we've got really good fleece growth, we've got good luster, we're showing good organisation and great density. And it's the density and the overall combination of traits which puts it to go of the alpaca in third place, which has beautiful luster, right? The one thing, you open it up and it shines. Just doesn't quite have that organisation and density in the lock as the alpaca standing above it today, right? Which is why it's down there. And here we have an alpaca which I grant, right? It's not as dense as the alpaca that's standing there, right? But the silkiness in this fleece is beautiful. When you open it up, there's a beautiful silky handle. It's very soft, very fine, and very uniform throughout, which gives it a lovely feel. But it's not carrying as much fleece, and it's much tighter as this one in number 5 here. However, number 5, it varies slightly. There's a variance in the quality of the luster, the quality of the lock throughout. You can see as you open it up, it hits the angle of the light slightly differently. This one's more uniform in its presentation, which is why it stands above you today. And here at the end, we have a very fine alpaca, which is very cross-fibering at the moment. It's one of the, it's got a great fineness, but doesn't have the weight in the lock to hold it together, so it's moving all the time. And as you open it up, you can feel it coming at you and then moving down. Doesn't quite have the density, but it's beautiful feel, good luster, not quite the attributes of the ones above it today. Thank you very much, well done. Congratulations. Yes, you could applaud, it's good. All good. Doesn't matter what we say, they're all good. Just to get here is good.
So coming into now ring 1, we have the female intermediate Surrey lights, and in ring 2, we have the intermediate brown males with the adults in the same class. And we will be running straight on to the championship. The champion brown class, or brown champion, is sponsored by Patu Alpacas. Mark Steele and has sponsored the brown male champion class. And the champion for the Surrey Lights, the Surrey champion sponsored class, is by Harry Edwards of Mulberry Alpacas. Done your fleece demonstration. I was just going to say, shall I mention it? Yeah. In the foyer, the skirting demonstration is about to commence. So those that would like to have a revision of their skirting skills, would you like to go out into the foyer, and you will get a chance to see and get your hands on and do some skirting with Emma. And Jill Bridge is going to do it this morning. So do get yourselves there if you fancy having another go at skirting. The championship for the Surrey Female Light is ongoing, so please can Class 100, the Wakaya Junior Whites, start collecting in the collecting ring. Can you come immediately? We did give the call. We'd like you to make your way there now. Thank you. And we have the adults and intermediate brown males in the class now, but we need the first and seconds from those 2 junior classes that have just gone on. So you need to come back to the holding area, first and seconds, into the collecting area, ready for the championship. Thank you. I don't know whether people have called at the BAS stand. It's just in the left-hand side as you come into this show hall. Sorry, I think I'm making alpacas jump with this loud voice. You can get your membership at the BAS stand. If you have any questions about the membership, what you get, how many members we have, and the size of the national herd. Sue would be able to tell you all about that. Our thanks to Penrose Products, who sponsor the Fibre Zone and the show lanyards that you're all wearing. Paulie's Penrose Products are out in the foyer if you'd like to go and meet him. Our thanks as well to 7 Edge Veterinary Services. When you have this number of alpacas for 2 days off grass and sitting, well, probably 3 days by the time they travel, it's always good to have a vet on call. So our thanks to 7 Edge Veterinary Services to be available should any of our alpacas start to feel unwell. He'll be here to have a look at them. For those that didn't hear yesterday, the stud auction that was ongoing that finished every Sunday evening for about 4 weeks actually earned nearly 13,000. So that's with your generosity for paying for stud services and the generosity of the people that offered stud services. 13,000 in the pot for a show of this size is a nice big chunk. So thanks for that. And the stud auction donors were Houghton Hall, Popham, Hearts, Blackberry, Inca, Firs Park, Snows Hill, Beckbrow, Toft, the Alpaca Stud, Bowsdown, West White, Churchfield, Hilly Ridge, Velvet Hall, Latton, Leighton, Ashwood, Urquhart, Lucy, Patu and Reddons. Thank you very much for those farms that offered their stud, and people generously donated and will enjoy that stud service this summer.
Right, we have 2 classes in the ring here. We have 6 brown intermediate males, and on this right-hand end here we have 2 adult males. Starting in first place is our very short-legged number 465. He really stands at the head of the class. He represents the breed type very, very well. We get into the fleece, and again we're looking at balancing off commercial fleece traits. So what we've got here is we've got a boy who's the finest in the class. He's carrying great uniformity of fineness within the staple, and he's carrying that fineness as well through to the shoulder, the rump, and actually really holding it quite well round into the chest. And he is uniform in colour. he has the class advantage in terms of uniformity of colour. It's really that stands him above our second place. Second place here again represents a breed type well. Carries a well-organised fleece, showing a good level of density there. Not the uniformity of micron within the staple, therefore not the softness of hand that we're feeling in our first place, nor is he having that uniformity of colour. But it's really that overall hand that stands him above our third place. Third place, really appreciate the stature here. Moving into this male, great long staple on there, but carrying some darker primary fibres through there again, and slightly stronger in micron in terms of those primaries than the two standing above. However, he's more uniform in colour than our fourth place. We move to the fourth place again. Really do appreciate the frame, represents a breed type beautifully. Great capacity, chest, hindquarters, good staple length there again. We really did enjoy the softness of hand of this particular alpaca. He's bright, but with this one we're again seeing that uniformity of colour dropping away to a greater extent across a greater part of the body, and that's really moved him down a number of places today. But it was in turn his staple length, his softness of hand and uniformity of micron that stood him above our fifth place. Fifth place here, again, got that capacity there, but we're really not seeing that uniformity of micron in the staple, so we're seeing a greater variation, and we're seeing a greater variation in the secondaries on this, as well as the differentiation between secondaries and primaries. However, his staple length stood him above sixth place. Sixth place here's got a bright fleece. It's very similar in micron to the fifth place, but really just standing down here in this position because it just doesn't have the staple length for period of growth that we'd expect to see in alpacas at this age. Moving on to the adults here, number 4, 6, 7. If you'd just like to walk him out. 4, 6, 7 here stands first, and really an easy first. Big frame on this alpaca, 33 months of age, I think. 31 months, makes all the difference at 2 months. Really good capacity there. You can see him very strong in the hindquarters. Move on to the fleece, very long staple on this male, packing that fleece on as well with good density and a good level of fineness there. And it was really that overall combination of traits standing him above the second place. Second place here, just like to see a little more balance in him, a little better proportioned. And just again, not having the level of fineness or the density of the male standing above. Well done, thank you.
Our microphone.
Oh, you're so darling.
So here we have moved into the Surrey classes with the older females. So we have 3 classes out here. We have the Shorn class in the intermediate group, and then we have 2 in the intermediate full fleece, and 1 in the adult female class. So coming up into this group of 3 in the intermediate shorn, they were shorn as juniors and are showing us the regrowth. Interesting in this group, when you just look at the 3 of them as a whole, they're certainly going through a very rapid growth stage. If you look at them, they're kind of looking quite leggy at the moment. They haven't broadened out through their chest or through the rear. They're just a little narrower set across the entire group. Taking into account that they are in that yearling phase, what's great that they've been shorn, the fleece is growing back on them, and they are going to now go into springtime, have the ability over the spring and summer to mature out a little bit more. The female that came up into first place, if you'd like to go ahead and parade her out, overall she's very square in her frame. She's very feminine in her style. Comparing her to the other 2, she's smaller in stature. However, she's certainly acceptable for her age. And overall she shows good balance. She had the advantage here today for the degree of fineness within this fleece. Incredible fine fleece here. As we opened her up, she has a high degree of luster, a really silky handle. She's interesting because she's already getting just a little bit cross-fibered close to the skin. So we had to open her up and get down to the skin. But as you open up and move down into her mid-side, down into her body, you can see the structure within the lock. She's locking with a very distinct wave and then a twist as she's getting more length on it, and the overall handle just having that luxuriousness, that luster carrying all the way through that gave her the advantage. Would like to see a little more solidity and density within the lock. So as a female, certainly that can be achieved with good breeding decision, but that fineness is there, that luster is there on this very feminine female. Congratulations to you. That fineness gave her the advantage over number 2. However, still in number 2, she maintains a very good fineness for her age. Just the female above her carried through being finer. Coming up here on this female, you can see she's shown a very nice length of regrowth to the lock. And she had the advantage over the third for being more uniform in that regrowth. As we look at that lock developing, obviously from the skin looking down to the length of the ends of the lock, it's starting to develop with a very distinct twist. And as we worked across the body, and you can see from a distance, she carried across from shoulder, mid-side through to the rear with a very similar organization. Slightly flatter in the style of lock, but still very even carrying across with a good hand. The advantage, however, into third place, she did carry a little bit more luster comparing her to the second. At this stage, she's just a little taller and lankier in her frame. As you look at her, she's a little longer in her back, just out of proportion, not as balanced. With that being said, though, she carried a good degree of luster within her fleece. But as we examined her moving from her front to her mid to her rump, her front side coming up with more of a thicker regrowth within the lock, and then organizing through the mid-side and through the rump with a little more consistency. So just not carrying as much evenness across from front to back on her, just changing, especially as we got up onto the front end of her. So we just would like to see a little more uniformity carrying through. Then we come to the group of 2, full fleece, and number 187, she was the clear winner of these 2. This female here, she is 21 months of age. At 21 months of age, you can see she has excellent size to her. When you talk about style and type, from her head style, real triangular shape to her muzzle, she's nice and broad across the brow, correct in her jaw alignment. She's very strong and straight in her top line. And when you look at her, her substance of bone meets the rest of her frame size. She's just very well put together, very well matured out for her age. Excellent length to the lock, as she has been growing this fleece for 21 months. As you open up the fleece, and you would have seen it on the screen, it organizes very, very well within the lock. Very true and very distinct, with a distinct wave and then a twist to the lock. And as you lift the fiber up, it's just layering one on top of the other, giving her good density within the lock and throughout the fleece. High degree of luster, excellent handle on this fleece. So you put it all together, she clearly stands here in first. Congratulations to you. Moving then to the second, in comparison, just a little lighter in her frame. Look down at her legs, get past the fiber, and I'm talking about the circumference of bone. So especially when you stand them side by side, you can really understand what I'm talking about. This female has a very fine fleece, and we appreciate that degree of fineness. Not packing the same density or solidity as many fibers into that lock, so not carrying as much weight to that fleece. Also, as she moves away from you, she's a little close in her hocks from behind. So we'd just like to see a little more stability as she moves off of those back legs. Then we come into the adult class. This female is 33 months of age. We believe she is pregnant. She looks quite rotund here. When you look at her, she's obviously been shorn. She's showing excellent regrowth. When we are standing her in a side profile, she's very strong and straight in her top line. She has substance of bone to her, very true to type through her head style. She absolutely deserves this first place ribbon. When you open up this fleece, the length that she's got for 10 months of growth really is impressive. Within the lock regrowth, she's packing a lot of solidity within that lock. And as you open it up, a really great degree of luster and beautiful handle. It really has almost a greasy feel to the fleece and packing through with a great degree of consistency and very deserving of the first. Congratulations to you. It'll be good when she has those careers. Thank you very much for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Thank you. In the male ring, we've awarded the champion reserve here for the brown section. Champion going to the adult male. He's 31 months of age, and a really pleasing attributes overall, as you can see, as he parades, very well grown, great capacity, and width through the chest and hips, spring to the rib, and depth through that rib cage, really pleasing. Looking at the fleece, he's showing high level of fineness and density through that fleece. He's very uniform in his colour, he's well organised through his staple, giving it a great alignment, giving it beautiful softness to hand and brightness, and a very worthy champion, so congratulations. And the reserve coming to the 8-month-old junior here, and he's showing great potential overall. Appropriate growth for age, again very stylish to the type, really pleasing body condition. We've had some of the juniors coming out that are a bit underdone here, coming out of the winter, but he's really good body condition. Looking at the fleece, he's extremely fine, he's well organised, starting to really break open up into his staples. He's very bright and very reserved. Well done.
And the winner of the champion brown male was the adult, number 467, Classical Myland Rococo. Congratulations to Chaz Brook and Rachel Heptich. And the reserve champion went to 402, which is, sorry, I'm trying to get ahead of myself here. Must have come from a fawn class into the brown. 402 is Popham Churchill, and congratulations to Gary and Felicia. Usually it's got an A, Sanders. That must be a second name. Felicia Sanders, Gary and Felicia Sanders, she reserve champion, brown male. Well done. So carrying on in ring 2, we have the beginning of the Surrey brown males. In comes the junior class, a big junior class in ring 2. And finishing in ring 1 is the female light Surrey Championship. The light is sponsored by Mulberry Alpacas, and the Surrey brown class is sponsored, or the championship is sponsored by Blackberry Alpacas. So if Harvey or Claudine could be ready to give the sashes at the end of the championship for the Surrey brown male. In ring two, we have the junior Surrey males coming in, but we need to put a call out for the intermediate and the adult Surreys. Can you please come to the collecting ring? The intermediate and adult brown Surrey males to collecting ring 2, please.
Okay, so we'll bring it forward, then we'll put banners on both. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay.
Is this one, sir?
All right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And here we come to the light Surrey female champion here at the National Show 2017. And I've got to say that the light Surreys have been very good, very impressive. And the champion today is this female here, right? As you can see, she's 21 months of age, right? She is beautifully grown, right? She's got almost a foot of fleece on her, right? Which is an incredible amount of growth in 21 months. Very well balanced on a strong frame. Beautiful definition and great luster, right? The luster underneath that fleece, when you get into it, it shines. It goes right through. It's good. Now, I will grant, right, that the reserve champion, right, is probably denser, right? It's difficult to tell. That was the debate. The debate is whether, you know, we've got a foot and a half of fleece on this one. We've got like less than 4 inches on that one. There's an impressive regrowth there, an impressive density. But just today, for me, she's not showing the definition there that would give me the idea that in 21 months she's going to look as good as this girl up here. So that's kind of where I split it. But it was a very close thing. As you could tell, you know, we ummed and ahed for quite a while. But I think, you know, in terms of a Surrey, you know, on the day, standing in front of me with that kind of fleece and organisation, I think we've got a worthy champion and a credit to the older girl. Right, very good. Thank you very much. Very good. Well done.
Thank you.
Very good.
Signature
Some results. The Surrey champion light female went to first. She got first in her class as an intermediate. It was number 187, or as an adult, 187. Whistling Wood Nymph. Congratulations to Lee and Richard, from Lee Woods and Richard, for Whistling Wood Nymph. Champion Surrey female. And the reserve champion female went to Horton Bright Spark. Congratulations to Mick and Liz George. So straight on in ring 1 to the Wakaya junior female white. There is 3 classes of white junior females. So set for a while, looking at the white juniors in ring 1, and in ring 2 we've got the junior brown males that are ongoing. A big junior brown male, Surrey's in ring 2. just to mention, and a thanks to our show judges who have worked tirelessly this second day as well as that first one. We've got in ring 1, Amanda van den Bosch, Flying Dutchman Alpacas, and Stamford Livestock. And we've got Rob Bettinson from Toft Alpacas. And in ring 2, we have Peter Kennedy, Canchones, and Nick Harrington-Smith from Alpaca Stud in the UK. Our thanks to them. You know, they just keep going. It's relentless, the amount coming in, and you're all getting pretty good now at coming in behind them to keep the thing running smoothly. I think we are running slightly behind this morning. So, you know, if you are called, will you get yourself there as fast as possible so the judges aren't hanging around, because they have to get all this finished by lunchtime, if possible. So, if you're called, please be alert, look at your catalogue, and make sure you're in the collecting ring when you're called. Thank you.
And can I look for transporter wandering round?
Liz, she's been.
She's
been. I've told her what she's doing,
right,
but I'll
that's
give her
fine.
those if you like.
Yeah, I
She said
didn't
she
know
might
who
come
was
back.
coming when I printed
Liz
these out.
herself is here.
So yeah, so she can write Liz on there if she wants to.
For those that were at the gala evening last night, we did an auction at the end of the evening, a charity auction that was going between Kentshire Benefit and to the hospice locally. We took £6,500 split between the two. So that was a really good fundraiser. £6,500 taken at the charity auction last night. Thank you to everybody who donated. And that was a great result to go to those two fabulous charities.
Okay, junior brown Surrey class males here. Standing in first place, this was the alpaca that was giving us more of the traits that we're looking for as we weighted off traits against one another. This little male here, what I would actually say here is, generally in the front half of the line, we'd like to have seen these sort of grown out a little bit stronger, carrying a little bit more strength to their frames. Given the ages. But first place here going, it's showing good capacity there, good balance amongst other things, so we hope he'll mature out. But we then move into the fleece, and the fleece was a deciding factor. He's carrying the most lustrous fleece in the class, uniform in micron, giving a soft slick handle there, and it was uniform throughout, and it was really that uniformity that gave him that, an organisation that gave him that density that stood him above second place. Second place just not quite as uniform in the lock, and we were just seeing the luster tailing off a little bit, moving out into the extremities. However, really here, this was an issue between second and third. We started to look at size for age. And we have in third place here, this is the Diddy one. Really beautiful fleece on this, very, very lustrous, very fine. But sometimes we see that level of fineness coming from the fact they haven't put any energy into growing, and they seem to just struggle to develop their fleece out to its potential. But what we're also seeing here is some good lock organisation, good definition of lock there, and it is lustrous. And that organisation and definition of lock gives it density, which effectively stood it above fourth place. Fourth place standing here basically on the uniformity of lustre across its body, showing a good level of fineness. I'd like to see a little bit more solidity within those locks, a bit more organisation there to bring some extra density in. But it was that uniformity of lustre and a degree of advantage on fineness over our fifth place that stood fourth where it was. Fifth place, do appreciate that it's got a good length of lock growth there. Reasonable level of fineness, but we were very much seeing the lustre. Lustre was there at mid-side, but it was really tailing away once you went into the shoulder and the hind quarters. However, there we were seeing, again, there was a degree of difference of lustre between fifth and sixth. Remember, we're looking for that lustre in the Suras. Our fifth place just showing some lustre mid-side and showing an advantage of fineness as well over our sixth place. Sixth place here, just not having quite the handle we would like. We weren't seeing that lustre in there. Probably carrying just a slight advantage in density over fifth place, but we really got to see that that lustre in these series. But well done, thank you.
We're running behind, but they are too, so we're about the same behind.
In ring 2, we are judging now the intermediate and adult Surrey Browns. Can we please call the Surrey Greys to the ring? The Surrey Grey Juniors. We need the Wakayas first. We need some Grey Wakayas to the ring first, please. Juniors. Junior Grey Wakayas to the ring. Holding pen, thank you. You can tell I've been away for the loo for a little while. Exhibitors, urgent call for Bob Crosby. We're looking for your animal to go in to the female white class. You're going to miss your class unless you get over to your pen and into the holding area as soon as possible. Bob Crosby, wherever you are, having coffee or whatever, or send a representative to get your white female ready to go. Thank you.
Number you? 141.
Well, let's give these guys a big round of applause as we pull them up. This was a really very, very nice class in the whites. So this is our first group of 3 groups in the junior white females, and certainly would like to commend all of the exhibitors as we come all the way down the line here, just on the overall quality, on the degree of fineness, and then combining that with the density and type. But coming here into the first place position, if you'd like to bring this female out For her age, she's certainly showing excellent development to her frame. She's a very compact female. She shows good overall substance of bone, good capacity to her. And what gave her the advantage here in this class, an incredibly fine fleece. As we were pulling samples, looking at the fineness and the consistency within the staple, she just carried it through beautifully. You put your hands on her, she just has this incredible luxuriousness. She's really, really super soft, and it carries all the way down into her belly, up into her neck, excellent length on her neck, and packs in for that fineness, that relative fineness, great density as well. It organizes within the structure, which is really great to see, because sometimes when they're this fine, they start getting a little bit cross-fibered as well. But she maintains good structure within the staple, packing that softness, the evenness all the way across. Congratulations to you. Very, very nice indeed. Moving then into the second place, this female came out. She's just got a really excellent style and presence to her. You can see how she parades out there. She knows she's good. She's just very upright. She's very feminine in her head style. She shows good overall development to her frame. You can see from the outside she's got a lot of fiber covering that frame, and this fiber carries through with great consistency. Excellent uniformity as we worked across this fleece. It's a Korea fleece, so you kind of look on the outside, you see the tips of the fleece, and then you open it up and you just kind of go, wow. It makes you very, very happy. Really bright, healthy fleece on her, organizing from the skin out to the about within an inch to the tips of the end of the staple. Carries down very well into the belly. As we move forward onto the chest, just gets a little broader up onto the chest. However, very even throughout this fleece, very fine as well, combined with the density, gave her this second placing. Congratulations to you. As we move from second to third, we really want to commend third place. When you put the whole picture here together, view her there from the side. She's very true to type through her head style, really strong and straight in her top line, excellent substance of bone, just beautifully developed out for her age. When you think about the Wakaya alpaca, she just puts all those traits in together. Recognized for her fineness. This is an incredibly fine, soft fleece. She's at a stage where the fibers are starting to get a little bit cross-fibered, so you have to work a little harder to get in, not organizing as well within the staple at this stage. She, however, has a lot of density within that fleece. She just needs to get shorn off here pretty soon, and that's going to develop out, because you can see the structure in areas of her where she's showing a really excellent stapling and micro stapling, but it just isn't carrying through at this stage. And those above her today just held a little better within the staple. Love the fineness, love the density and the phenotype on her. Well done, a really lovely female. As we move from 3 to 4, if you'd like to bring her out, this female here, she's very feminine in her style. When she came in, commented just on her head style. She's got a very kind eye. She's really true to type, very upright as well. Long staple on this fleece. You open it up, it opens up very cleanly. As we got here to the 4th place, in comparison, she's not carrying as much density. However, she's still carrying very good density for the fineness within that fleece. It organizes well across the blanket, shows good uniformity, and shows very good extension down into the belly as well. Then as we move from 4 to 5, if you'd like to bring her up, she's obviously been shorn, so she's got a kind of a blunter outlook on the outside of her fleece. But you can see from the outside how consistent she is across. In comparison, she's a little bit broader in micron, comparing her to the female that was above her. However, she still maintains very good fineness within her age group here. Very organized within the structure of staple. It's a slightly broader style character of crimp, comparing her to the female above, but still very consistent as we move from shoulder, mid-side through to the rump down into her belly. The female above just carried a little more solidity and density. However, the evenness carrying across was very evident on this 5th place finisher. Congratulations to you. She had the slight advantage over number 6 for being just a little bit brighter. As we get to number 6, we've got excellent style and type. She's not very happy about being out here today. This female here certainly showing an appropriate growth for her age. She carries through with a very even fleece as well. Within the staple, it carries good consistency, just simply not the same degree of density and slightly drier to the hand, and hence her placement in 6. Thank you very much for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Thank you. In the male ring, we have 3 different classes here. We have 2 in the intermediate Sean group. The male coming up into first position, if you just want to walk him out. Comes up into that position. As you can see, he's conformationally very sound. He's balanced in his proportions. Looking at the fleece, he had an advantage in overall fineness and relative density in that fleece being exhibited across that blanket and through his lock. He's got a high level of coverage through and across his frame. And that advantage in fineness and density, that uniformity in micron giving an advantage in softness to hand, has placed him over the second place boy. Second place boy certainly conformationally very sound. He's showing really pleasing lock growth for the amount of months of regrowth, but just not that degree of density nor quite the level of fineness overall, so that's put him firmly in second. When we move into the intermediate unshorn group, the male coming up into first position had the best combination of traits overall. Again, correct in his frame, which is pleasing to see. High level of coverage, as you can see, as he parades, very true to type. Looking at the fleece, he had again, the finest fleece in the group. We'd like to see a bit more colour uniformity. He has got some white fibres running through that blanket area, but these 3 males all have some issue with colour uniformity in one regard or another. But he comes up in that first position for that advantage in fineness and degree of density through that lock comparative to the other 2 boys. When we came down to the second place male, again, very correct conformationally, good capacity to his frame, just slightly higher in micron overall. He's got the presence of a black primary fibre running through his fleece. Again, so it has that issue there with that uniformity of colour. And not quite showing that level of fineness we're seeing in the male standing above him. We felt he was conformationally sounder overall. He walked out more freely through into the ring, and especially through the rear legs as we got the third place male into motion. He's also got a greater uniformity in his micron range, giving a softer handling fleece overall than the male coming up into third place. Third place male certainly true to type. It's just a bit weaker through the rear legs, a bit closer through the hocks as he walks out, so not as fluid in movement as we'd like to see. As I said, a bit more variation in his micron. That's affecting his hand overall, so that's put him down into third position in this class. So congratulations. And then moving into the older section here, the male coming up into first position. We felt he had the advantage in fleece attributes overall. He's showing a competitive level of fineness. He's got the greatest density overall. There is a degree of variation in his micron, especially as we move into the extremities. And we'd like to see him a bit more robust frame overall. He's a bit squat when we look at him in profile, not showing that overall balance to his frame that ideally we'd like to see. But he comes up first over second for that advantage in degree of density and relative fineness overall. Second place male is true to type, as you can see. Looking at the fleece, he's got a beautiful soft handling fleece overall, and so quite competitive in level of fineness, but just not that degree of density through the lock. A pleasing level of regrowth for the months of regrowth overall, but as I said, just not that degree of density when compared to the male standing above him. Thank you for bringing them all out.
Just going to announce it. So what's going to happen now in ring 2 is the Surrey Brown champion Surrey. So the first and seconds, juniors, intermediates, adults will be coming back into the ring. And has been sponsored by They're kindly sponsored by Blackberry Alpacas, and Harvey Brown is on standby ready to hand out the rosettes. Thank you. And in ring one, it's the ongoing junior female white, the second of the junior female white classes. And the results of the junior brown class, 471 was first, 469 was second. The intermediate male short fleece class, the winner was 476, second was 477, and the intermediate full fleece brown, the winner was 478, second 479, third 480, and then the winner of the adult brown Surrey, 481, second 482, and they're all coming into the ring now for the championship male Surrey. Thank you.
Okay, here we have our brown Surrey male champion. The champion here just, you can see we actually deliberated long and hard there. There was really a lot of things coming into play. We just felt here our champion showing a more complete package there in terms of conformation, because we need that in our males, we need that strength of conformation. And then just moving forward into the fibre, just carrying an advantage as well over our reserve champion. Really, really close championship here. Really do respect the density on the reserve champion. So well done to you. Thank you.
And the results of the adult Surrey male brown is number 481, which is Surrey Lana. No, wait a minute, have I got that right? Yeah, 481, which is Surrey Lana Power Play of AHA. Congratulations to Mick and Liz Jaw. Oh, sorry, that was the adult class. Sorry, it's because, let me do this announcement first. We have an alpaca wandering around in Hall 2 that is fawn, no ear tag, could be adult, could be intermediate. I've sent somebody who I think it could be. It's been held. All right, there's an empty pen. West Ella. Is it your alpaca that's got out? If you could get into Hall 2 as soon as possible, till we put it back in its pen. But we don't want to put it in any pen. So you could need to go urgently into Hall 2 to check if any of your alpacas are loose, but there is no ear tag on that alpaca. So that gives you a clue if it's yours or not, if you've got ear tags in. So apologies to the Surrey brown male. The champion is number 478, which is Pure Tempest. Congratulations to Jay and Hilary Holland. And the second place goes to 481, which is Houghton Surrey Lana Power of Play. Congratulations to Mick and Liz George. We've moved on in ring 2 to the Wakaya Junior Male Grey. They're coming into the ring. And in ring 1, we're on the second class of junior white females. The grey Wakaya champion male is kindly sponsored by Clivewood Alpacas, and Caroline or Ian Oakes will come up later to award the championship, but we're only on the juniors at the moment of the Wakaya champion grey. We're still on the juniors at the moment. And the white female Wakaya class, where we're on the second junior team, that class is sponsored by Forest Paradise Alpacas. Thank you for those.
Very good, here we go. A lovely class of white female Wakayas here. And I've got to say that the alpaca standing in first place, like, took it on the fineness, right? It's a beautifully fine fleece, runs right throughout, very, very uniform, creating a beautiful soft handle, no great primary fiber anywhere in that fleece, beautiful soft handling fleece, right? It was close here on the quality, the handle of the fleece. The handle of this fleece is beautiful. It's like a buttery, beautiful fleece. It's just not as fine as the alpaca standing above it, right? It's just but a very clear handling fleece, beautiful. On a very nice frame, very tidy, both alpacas. Then we have a little bit of a change here. We drop in, we go up in micron a little bit. We've got a bolder style in the fleece, not as dense. It's not as dense, not as fine, not as delicately structured as the alpaca standing above it. It's just a different style of fleece, creating a more open feel, which is what puts you in third place. On this one here, we looked at this very closely. It's got a very fine fleece. It's just not as structured, right? It doesn't feel. It feels as if it wavers in its structure throughout a little bit, creating a sort of unevenness in the handle, which is sort of like white said. But in terms of like no primary fiber and guard hair, that was a terrific event, really. And then we get here. The division at the end here was primarily we have a change in the class here, right? These fleeces are much more open, not as dense, not as finely structured as the ones above. They're what I would call reaching a stage of like transition. You're starting to get a great fineness in the fleece, but the primary fiber remains in the same place, right? Especially with the alpaca on the end in sixth place. You've got a wonderfully, it appears very bright, very wonderful to handle, but as you see on the outside, there's a sheen of very, very strong fibers, and it's only that they haven't changed yet, right? In your breeding, you're moving towards a fineness, but the primary's decided it's not going to go there, right? So it's still less. So you've got like what I call a transition fleece. The main body of the fleece is beautiful, and that colours the contrast between the primary and the secondary colours the fleece a little bit. In your fleece here, right, it's a beautiful handle, same trick. The rump, right? As you move towards the rear of the fleece, that primary re-emerges, right, quite strongly, right? Which it doesn't in any of the animals above it, right? So that's why you're in at 4th and 6. Thank you very much. Well done.
In ring 1, the results of that second junior white female group, the winner being number 201, second 203, third 199, fourth 151, fifth 207, and sixth number 200. So in ring 1, we carry on now with the third junior white female group, and then they'll be moving on to the intermediates. And in ring 2, we have the grey juniors with the intermediate. No, they're all juniors. In ring 2, junior grey Wakayas, males. This is the first of the junior male greys, and there is a second junior male grey class to come into. Exhibitor call, can the Wakaya intermediate female whites come to the collecting ring, the first class, 120. As they start the third junior here, we'd like to have the first intermediate class standing in the holding pen or in the collecting area, please. The second one can hang on for a while, but 120, can you proceed to the collecting ring? Thank you.
Thank you. In the ring, we had the placements here for the first group of junior grey males, and a competitive pairing in first and second, both showing really pleasing attributes, both 9 months of age. When we came back to compare them more closely, the boy coming up into first position just has that advantage in overall maturity to his frame at this point in time, as you can see. Better growth for age, he's very true to type and stylish. Looking at the fleece, he's very well organised through his stable, growing an excellent length for the 9 months. He's very uniform in his micron across that blanket area and across the various colours making up his grey coloration. That was another advantage he's showing over the second place male. And so those attributes have brought him up first over second. Second place boy, showing great potential overall. He's very true to type. He just really needs to be shorn off and come back and grow out over the summer to really maximise that frame attributes. He's got the substance of bone. He just really now has to fill out and grow up to where he should be. Looking at the fleece, he's competitive in that level of fineness overall. Just a bit more variation in that micron range, so not quite the softness to hand. He's got a lovely greasy feel to that fleece, but not quite that uniform uniformity in micron, so it's affecting the handle to a degree. His clear advantage in density has placed him over another really well-grown male coming up in third position. Clearly, the advantage he has over the second place male is that growth for age. Again, he's 9 months of age, so excellent frame attributes, very true to type overall. Again, really long growing staple through that fleece, very well organised with his character running right through from base to tip, just not the degree of density that we're seeing in the two boys standing above him. When we move from second to third, from third to fourth, the fourth place male, again, very upright and correct, really catches your eye, very uniform in his colour through that fleece, just not that degree of density, and that's exemplified by the relative lack of organisation through his staple. He doesn't break open as well as the other two other boys standing above him, not showing that character and style through the staple and across the blanket area to the extent we're seeing in the males standing above him. When we move from fourth to fifth, we get an increase in overall micron through that fleece. In the fifth place male, again, greater variation in his micron range with higher micron primary fibres more evident through the staple and across that blanket area, more variation in the general micron range of the various colours making up that grey coloration. He's very uniform in his colour, which is pleasing to see, and very upright and correct in his frame. He's clearly finer overall than the male coming up into the final placement here in sixth position. He's a well-grown boy. He's showing a pleasing staple length overall, but just not showing that level of fineness nor density to be higher up in the placings. Well done.
The results of the first Wakaya Junior Male Grey class 113. First place, number 486. Second place, number 487. Third place, number 488. Fourth place, number 483. Fifth place, 484. And sixth place, 489. So in ring 2, we're carrying on with the second class of junior grey males. And the grey champion is sponsored by Clivewood Alpacas. Carolyn and Ian Oakes will come to present their sashes when we get towards the championship. And carrying on in ring 1, we have the junior female whites, and we're on the 3rd lot of junior female whites. So again, very competitive classes as we head towards lunchtime.
Just running down on a couple of those rosettes.
That's your coffee there. You've got
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
running down on rosette. Do you want me to put a few
Yellows and greens.
Right, there we have the second half of the junior grey male. Standing in first place here, this little male was just a standout clear winner. I mean, conformationally very correct, phenotypically very correct. Move into his fleece, he's packing an amazing amount of fleece on that little body, very uniform in micron, really carrying that through the belly region, shoulder, rump, and he really did stand clear of the rest of the field today. Moving on to second place, again phenotypically very sound here. Really did appreciate the handle on this alpaca, just not having anything like the density to challenge first place today. But it was his uniformity in micron that stood him over third place. Third place probably having the slight edge on density over the second place here, but just having more variation within the staple and across the body in terms of micron, and that just easing away on the handle. However, it in himself was denser and carrying a better handle to that fleece than our fourth place. Fourth place, appreciate the growth on him. Just like to see a little bit more breadth on the chest there at this size, and just like to see more definition in the staple to give him that density to move up. But what we do appreciate about him is the staple length. But he in himself was carrying more density than our fifth place here. Fifth place, bright, soft handling, but just really, again, we need to see more organisation in that staple to give the density to move on. And sadly, that's one of the things with our juniors. You're going to see by this stage, you're actually going to see what their real potential in terms of cutting weight is. But fifth over sixth, fifth is actually finer than sixth, and just showing a degree more uniformity of micron across the body. Congratulations, well done.
Here we move into the third group in the junior females. So these were the youngest of the groupings here. So this was an interesting class, and you can see just down the line we've got quite a variation in where they are in their growth phases, even though in this whole group out here there's only 1 month's difference in age on them. These alpacas coming out, we're seeing also across this group a little more variation in the styles of the fleeces. But as we assess them, we put the top three side by side, and this young female came out to the first place position. When you look at her, she's very nicely developed out. She's a very compact frame. When you see her move out, she's free in her movement. What gave her the advantage is just the overall uniformity in her fleece within the blanket. As we went from shoulder, mid-side through to the rump area, a high frequency style character crimp along the length of the staple. It opens up very cleanly, a very bright fleece with a very silky handle. And that silky handle and the overall consistency within the staple is what gave her the advantage. Moving further up on her shoulder, she gets a little bit broader in micron. However, across the main blanket, moving down into her belly and up into her neck, she maintained that evenness and consistency overall. And when you stand back and look at her, she's just beautifully framed out and coming into first. Congratulations to you. Coming into second, you can see she's got a lot of size. She's got great capacity. This female here has a long staple, and the length of staple being her advantage over the rest of the class here. It opens up to a very bright fleece, a little less organization within the staple, slightly broader style character crimp, and just varies as I move from front to back on her. Not quite as consistent. However, she maintains very good density and overall very good brightness, and certainly putting it on a strong grown out frame for her age. Congratulations. As I come to number 3 here, she's just 7 months of age. So as far as her size, as far as her height, she's certainly shown an appropriate growth. She's a lighter framed female. And when you look at that substance of bone and you look at her overall frame, that kind of meets her body style. One thing I would like to see on her is a little bit more body condition. She's a little bit light. You can feel her ribs when you get there under the fleece. Just talking to the exhibitor there, she's going to get, I think, put into a group where she's the top dog instead of the low one on the totem pole, which is going to be very positive for her. this fleece opens up beautifully. It's going to develop out incredibly well. The female above had the advantage for much longer staple length, but when we open this fleece on the third place female, she remains here firmly for the structure within the staple. It organizes from the skin out to the end of the staple, slightly shorter in the length of staple in comparison, but beautiful soft handle on her and just organizing very well within the staple. So she just needs to be able to grow out a little bit more and grow out her frame as well. As we then move from 3 to 4, you can see 4 has a lot of capacity. When this alpaca comes towards you, she's already broad through her chest. She's got good overall strength through her frame. When you stand back and look at her, certainly carrying an incredible amount of fiber on that frame. In comparison to the third, she's a bit broader in micron. And we found a couple darker fibers within this fleece, a couple fawn fibers. So we really want to look for more consistency of color when we're in this white grouping. The length of staple, however, and you put that together on her strength of frame, kept her here in the 4th place position. You open up the fleece, it has a very soft handle, a very bright fleece as well. She had the advantage over 5 and 6 because she carried greater evenness through her fleece. As we move here down into the 5th place, as the female stands up there, she's a very upright female. She's very feminine, true to type in her style. As she moves away from you, however, she's a little bit close in at her hocks. She doesn't have quite the strength and stability moving off of those back legs, and we'd like to see a little more strength there. You can see that on her as well because she's quite stained on those back legs below her hocks, and so part of that is she's just too close in at the hocks at this time. Within the fleece, as you go from the shoulder to mid-side, she opens up cleanly. She has a softness within the fleece. But as we move further out to the back and to the extremities, down into her belly and up onto her chest, just a little more primary fiber evidence, and those primary fibers being thicker in micron, so not as consistent within the staple. We'd just like to see a little more consistency, so certainly a breeding goal when she gets to the time to be bred. And that was the same as we came into number 6 here. Number 6, overall, she's showing good development to her frame. Just within the staple and within the micron ranges, we're seeing 3 or 4 different micron ranges, and we're pulling a very small sample, and when you're seeing them on a small sample and then you go all the way through the fleece, it's certainly coming through with the lack of uniformity within the staple carrying across the body. So we want to even that up so we get a more consistent fleece, which certainly is going to relate to the overall handle and softness combined. Thank you very much for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Thank you. 10 intermediates, followed by another 10.
The results of the 100B, the Wakaya Junior Female White. First is number 157, second 214, third 215, fourth 213, fifth 212, and sixth 210. And that was the end of the Junior White female classes. Very competitive, 3 lots this morning, and we're moving on now in ring 1 to the Wakaya Intermediate Female White, of which there is 2 classes, again 2 big classes of intermediate female white. And in ring 2 we are on the Wakaya grey, and we're on the intermediate grey males. Can I mention again somebody who's misplaced their camera from yesterday? It's a small Panasonic camera. If you do come across it under your seat or wherever, sitting somewhere it shouldn't be, can you bring it to the exhibitor's desk? We did manage successfully to locate the camera that went missing from the BAS stand yesterday. Thank you for that person who found it. I never found out who it was that brought it back to the desk. Thank you.
In the next group of grey males here, the male coming up into first position. The best combination of traits overall. As you can see, he's showing excellent conformational attributes, very upright and correct, very true to type, and quite a macho presence for his age group, which is really pleasing to see. Looking at the fleece, he had the best combination of traits. He's got an excellent staple length for the 10 months of regrowth. He's very uniform in his colour through that fleece. He has some higher micron primary fibres running through that fleece, but that's a consistent theme as we move through. We felt he had the advantage in degree of density, and also that clear frame advantage has put him up in first position. Second place male we can see is finer overall, more uniform in his micron, but not the degree of density nor the staple length for the regrowth, nor that overall robustness of the frame, and that's put him in second position here today. Those fleece attributes of fineness and uniformity in his micron clearly place him above the male coming up into third. Third place boy is quite well organised through his staple. He has a density advantage when comparing him to the males lower down in the placements. That's evident by the level of organisation and character and style through the staple, carrying it well from the skin right through to the tip. When we look at the individual fibres from the samples we've taken, he is slightly higher in micron when compared to the male standing above him, a bit more variation overall. But he had a clear density advantage when moving up, comparing him to the male coming up into fourth position. Fourth place boy, very true to type and stylish overall, similar in micron between these two, just a drop off in degree of density and organisation. He's not as well, not opening up as well because he doesn't have that definition through that stable, that degree of density we're seeing in the male standing above him. When we move down from fourth to fifth, The fourth place male, certainly better conformation when we're looking at him in profile. He's straighter through the back line. When we look at the boy coming up in fifth position, he's higher in the rump, moving down to the withers, so he's not as straight as we ideally would like to see. Not that robustness to the frame, and we're looking at the substance of bone, he's just a bit weaker and narrower through the frame. Looking at the fleece though, he's competitive in the level of fineness. Again, as I said earlier, he has that evidence of higher micron primary fibre, that dark primary fibre running through that fleece, so it's affecting the handle because of that lack of uniformity overall. But he's clearly finer through that fleece and a greater degree of density when comparing him directly to the sixth place male. And the sixth place boy came up in that final placement for the advantage in relative fineness for age when comparing him to the other boy coming up in the placements, but just not that degree of density and organisation through the staple, nor that relative fineness when comparing him to the boys higher up. Well done.
Ring 1 is pause. Ring 2 is pausing at the moment, waiting to do the Wakaya Grey Championship, and then we will do the Surrey classes grey before lunch, and then the multi-classes will be done in Ring 2 before lunch. So if you have a multi coming in, that will be going on after the Surreys have been judged in the grey. And then after lunch in Ring 2, it will be all the black classes. So I hope that explains what's going on. That is Ring 2. So this is the Championship Grey Wakaya. And then you will do the Surrey classes. And then we will be moving on to the multi-classes. I was just wondering why the juniors weren't in. It's the adults. Sorry, we're still judging the adult class of the Wakayas Grey and then the Championship. I apologise. I thought I'm ahead of myself. Did that confuse you? I was thinking about lunch. Who said that? In Ring 1, we have the intermediate white females, the first lot of the intermediate white females. There's a second class, and you have your adult white females, and you have a senior, and then we'll be doing the champion white female, which is sponsored by Forest Paradise Alpacas, and that will be done before lunch. The Surreys will be done after lunch. The Surrey whites will be done after lunch in Ring 1.
Right, 3 grey adult males up in the ring in front of us now. First place here going to number 505. Really, they're just 305, is it? Oh, 503. I'm dyslexic, it doesn't matter. The first placed alpaca, the one with the red ribbon. Really do just look at him, great capacity, really sound conformation there. And that's what we need when we're coming to this age group. They need to be able to have some longevity, and that longevity will come with really strong conformation. But above all else, move into his fleece, very, very fine, very uniform in micron. And again, we're seeing that right round into the lower regions on a male of this age. Not something we see that often, neither is it something we necessarily expect that often. So really just the staple length, uniformity of fineness, softness of hand, standing him above second place. Second place, really appreciate here the soft hand on this. It's a bright fleece. It doesn't have the organisation and structure within that fleece to give it the density, but it is, I say, it's bright, soft handling, and uniform in micron. And that stands at above third place. Third place, I mean, here you've got a really robust frame on this male, great capacity through the chest, strength through the hindquarters there. Doesn't have the density or uniformity of micron of our first 2 places. What we really appreciate about this is the staple length that he's carrying, and that staple length will actually in some ways compensate for the density of fleece in terms of cutting weight of those above. So well done to you, thank you.
We're trying to stop them in before lunch. So they stagger lunch, so that would be a good idea to stagger lunch. Okay. Yeah, how many have they got? Where are we? Quite serious. Yeah. If you want, I guess we were just slotting it in because you're going to be probably finished in here before they're finished at lunchtime. They've got a lot to do after black. Yeah, black. Right. Would you rather start the black junior? Do you want to do early lunch? Okay, so alternatively you could have an early lunch and start the blacks earlier. Does that make more sense? Yeah, can do. Where are we going to put the horses then? We'll move them back into here. After the series. If they go through to the championship, white championship, then they've only got the series.
Yeah, let's do our great championship.
And then they're going to be able to do these after lunch. This week. They have got a lot of blacks to do. I think where these haven't got as many series to do after lunch. So you've only got this number of series after lunch. Basically, they've got 44 to do. Yeah, they've got a lot. So they're going to do. Okay. So it's going to go back. So leave the mulches where they are.
In ring 2 is the Wakaya Grey Championship. Juniors through intermediate to adults. And in ring 1 is the intermediate female, the first of the intermediate female classes. Just a slight change, the multis were destined to be judged after lunch. That will be back to where it was. The multis will be judged after lunch. At the moment, we're not sure when the lunch will happen. It depends on how quickly we get through the classes that we have in. So it certainly won't be 1:30, but we're hoping to head for 1:30 for lunch, where everybody will break and will come back for the junior handlers class after lunch, and then on to continuing judging and the multi-classes.
Oh, they've got an announcement there, haven't they? Okay, do you want to make an announcement?
Pardon? Hybrid. Yeah, that's... We can't split it. You only have to go on this side. You only have to go to the end. Does someone do hybrid to come in there? Who's going to do it? No, it's done. Too late. This year.
Gary, can you tell the judges that there's going to change the decision?
Because
we can't stagger
junior
lunch.
handlers have to be together and are set in each ring and do this and do the other. It's made a huge deal about the sponsorship for not whatever. So we can't split lunches. The two junior handlers have to
So we're going to after the Surrey Grey Championship, we're going to go straight on with the
We're going to have to go straight
black
to
belts. Yeah.
Gary. It was very evident they didn't want to do it all days.
Exhibitor announcement, the junior black males will be done before lunch. They'll be done after the Surreys. After all, we're going to keep motoring through and break at about 1:30, hopefully. But we will be motoring through. So the Wakaya black juniors need to be in the holding area for ring 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to the champion reserve here in the grey section. Two really beautiful males. The champion going to the older boy, he's 32 months of age. He's very competitive in his fineness for his age, compared right across the males in consideration for the championship. He's excellently conformed, as you can see. Very uniform in his marker on range through the various colours making up the grey. A very worthy champion this weekend, so well done. And the reserve also showing some excellent potential, really pleasing substance of bone, very balanced, showing appropriate growth for age. Extremely long staple for the months of growth. Again, he's very fine, very uniform in that marker range through the colour, very even through the colour across that blanket area, so a very worthy reserve. Well done.
Can you do the grey series and I need to go and change my boots? Yes. I'm sure there will be more discussion.
Here we've moved into the intermediate group, and a lively group these were. They trampled all over us, and I think they kicked us, nearly took out a couple exhibitors. They were ready to go for lunch, I think. I'm not sure we're going to make it to lunch here. You can see, though, down the line, certainly a very robust group of females. And in this intermediate category, it's great to see how they are developed out in their frames and just packing an incredible amount of fibre on these frames. And that's part of their problem. Even though it's cold in here, they're quite sweaty because they're carrying so much fibre. And I think they're just about fed up with everything that's going on. Everyone wants to go home. But as we sorted this class, we had quite a variation in fleece styles, and so we went back and put the combination together, looking at the fibre characteristics and the overall style and type. And that's what brought number 222 into first place. If you'd like to parade her out. This female here overall was the most complete. You can see she's grown out well. She shows good substance of bone and overall style and type. Within her fleece, she has a very even fleece. So as we opened it up very cleanly within the staple. Across the fleece, she's very uniform within the fibres that are packed into that staple. And as we move from shoulder, mid-side through to the rump, into extremities, she just held it very evenly all the way across, giving her the advantage here today. So congratulations to you. Moving then into second place, you can see we have excellent capacity on her, and certainly ground that she carried a longer stapling fleece in comparison. That length of staple absolutely appreciated on this female. Starting to get a bit cross-fibered though. You have to work a little harder to get there into and down to the skin and open up the staple. As you come up on the shoulder and on her rump, it opens up a little more cleanly. But in her mid-side, where she's been rolling around and just, had a lot more wear and tear, it's just been getting a little more cross-fibered. What we really appreciated about her was the degree of fineness she had in this fleece and the amount of fibre she is packing onto that frame. At this stage, that fleece really just needs to come off and let it grow back and organise again within the staple. So in this company, she came here into this second place spot. But we love the softness of this fleece, the length of staple, and the amount that she's carrying. It's going to be a heavy cutting fleece. Congratulations. Rolling around in number 3 here, this female, she's certainly got a very compact frame to her. You can see she's got capacity there and a very soft handling fleece. We gave the advantage to the second place for carrying that extra length of staple and a little bit more density within. But for her fineness, she maintained very good overall solidity within that staple relative to that fineness. And the softness of hand is what gave her the advantage, moving her into third. Third to fourth here, if you'd like to bring her out. This female, very feminine overall in her style. As we opened up the fleece on her, she organized within the structure of the staple. It carried across from her mid-side and her rump. As we moved further forward on her, just getting a little broader, not quite as consistent, coming up onto her chest. Within the fleece, just showing a moderate degree of brightness within the fleece. Would like to take her to the next level. We had some very brilliant bright fleeces, but just would like to see a little more uniformity coming further forward on her to have moved her up any higher. Coming then into number 5. Number 5 carries a very compact frame, a very strong frame when you look at this female here. Within her fleece, she's got a very bright fleece. She's got an incredibly soft fleece, and you can see from the outside, she's packing a lot of fibre across that frame. However, as we work through the staple, we're seeing the primary fibres just a little bit more evident within the staple, coming up onto her mid-side, coming up into her rump area, just not carrying it as consistently all the way through, and hence her placement here in 5th today. However, we worked through that fleece, the density and the fineness, very appreciated, but just would like to see a little more consistency overall. Then as we compare her to number 6 is certainly a very big frame female. She's got a lot of size to her stature. She's certainly showing good substance of bone. Moving into this 6th place, she's getting a little bit broader in micron. And within the fleece, it's also a broader style character of crimp running along the staple. However, across the fleece, she carries a good degree of consistency, but just not simply the same fineness and density that we were seeing above. Thank you very much for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Okay, we have a class of 2 junior grey Surrey males forward today. He's standing in first place here, this little male, just carrying a very, very lustrous fleece, very fine, and that luster and fineness was uniform across the body. Really like the balance and proportions of this little male. Just like to see maybe a little bit more macho around the head, but nonetheless the luster and the fineness carrying it over second place. Second place here, you can see just a little bit longer there, a little bit less well balanced than our first place. Nonetheless, we're seeing good luster in there, but not the fineness of the alpaca standing above. It is our option to not award a championship, and in this instance we've decided we're just not seeing quite enough of the positive traits we'd like to see on the first place here to award a championship. But thank you very much anyway.
Exhibitors, please can you bring your junior black males to the collecting ring? They're going to be done after all before lunch. The judges are on a roll here. They're going to get these junior black classes done before lunch. So get to the collecting ring as soon as you can. That's for ring 2, the males. And in the ring 1, they're going great guns on the whites here. We have the intermediate female whites, the second class coming in of intermediate female whites. They will carry on to the championship. So there will be adult and then a senior all in one group, and they will do their championship this side of lunch. And we're hoping then to do the multi class is going to be after lunch, so they can relax. Exhibitor call, can all black juniors, there is 3 classes, a very competitive class, 3 black junior classes to the collecting ring, ring 2, as fast as you can, please. The first of the Wakaya Junior Male Black class is in. Can we please have the exhibitors for the other Junior Black Male class in the collecting ring, please? That is 114A class. If you're in that class, can you please come to collecting ring 2? Thank you. Exhibitors, this is at least the third call for this Junior 114A class, which is the Junior Black, second Junior Black class. We need you in the holding area as fast as possible. All right, let's... And there is a third Wakaya Junior Male Black class. And we have nobody here for that class at the moment. Will you please, if you're a black junior breeder, will you get yourself to that holding area? Because we got the first class in, so we need the second and the third class in the holding area to not have the judges have to wait for you. We haven't had to stop anybody going in a class and be disqualified today, but it is getting that way at the moment with these blacks. Please get into the second class we need, juniors, and we need the third. That is 114A and 114B. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving into the black section here, the male coming up into first position, we felt had the best combination of frame and fleece attributes. As you can see, as he's standing there, he's showing appropriate growth for age. He's very true to type. Beautiful broad muzzle, excellent substance of bone, high level of coverage to his frame. Looking at the fleece, he had the best combination of fineness and density. He's very well organised in his staple. It opens up very cleanly across the blanket area. He's got appropriate staple length for the 7 months of regrowth. There's the odd white fibre through the fleece, but it was a pretty common theme running through all these blacks. So we took that under consideration, but he still comes up clearly in first position, so congratulations. Second place male, we really appreciate his overall frame attributes. He's very true to type overall. He's very bright and excellent staple length to that fleece, just generally higher in micron overall when comparing him to the boys standing above him. Not as well organised through his staple, and that puts him firmly in second position here today. We felt he had the advantage in staple length for months of regrowth when comparing him to the boy coming up into third position. Also the third place boy, again slightly lower in overall robustness to the frame at this point in time, but still very stylish and true to type in his head. Excellent black coloration to that fleece. There are some white fibres through that fleece, but we felt he had the degree of density advantage when comparing him to the boys coming lower down the placements, a higher level of organisation through that staple in general when comparing him to the boys coming down. The fourth place boy, beautiful frame attributes, as you can see, excellent substance of bone, very true to type. Looking at the fleece though, just not the degree of density nor the level of organisation through the staple because of that drop off in degree of relative density. Also slightly higher in micron through that fleece, more variation in the general micron range being exhibited across that blanket area. Fourth place is standing over fifth. He's more balanced in his proportions at this point in time. Generally has an advantage in degree of density and organisation relative to the fifth place male. Fifth place boy, strapping boy, he's really grown out well for 8 months of age or so. He has that as a relative advantage overall, but looking at the fleece, we see an increase in micron, a decrease in degree of density and organisation through the staple, and therefore he's standing there in fifth position. He was relatively more uniform in colour than the male coming up into sixth place. Sixth place boy, very true to type. It's just more evidence of white fibres running through that fleece, but we did appreciate the degree of density overall. He was competitive in the level of fineness when comparing to the other males in the class, but it was that density advantage that finally gave him that final sixth place. Well done.
And we're off, right? Well, a lovely class this. I mean, it was very close, not close, it was very uniform throughout the class, right? In terms of like the growth. I mean, all these females, all well grown, all look good, all look strong, you know what I mean, like all on good frames. The winner at the top of the class here, she's on a great frame, you know, a beautiful consistent fleece, right? It's a very consistent, very fine, got a lovely handle, lovely brightness in it, runs all the way through, right, all the way through on a very strong frame. So he's clearly the winner, right? Standing over the alpaca in second place. The alpaca in second place, a little coarser in the mic, a little broader in the micron, but it's very consistently based all the way through. Very uniform fleece throughout. Very the primary and the transition lines are way underneath, you know, way underneath the belly, way at the front. So it's very strong, very dense fleece, which is good. It was the uniformity really that put you in third place rather than second. Really, the centre of this fleece in the blanket is beautiful fleece, right? If we can get if we can get that quality into the front and back in a consistent way, you've got a great, you know, you're on a great way. It's just that it moves quite strongly at the front and back, right? We got a lot of primary fibre coming in there, but like the centre of that fleece, really beautiful, very fine, beautifully delicate. Structure to it and a lovely handle. It's very good. And it was the fineness of that fleece really that put it over the one so it's a little coarser in its micron and it varies slightly. The styles vary slightly. It's sort of like different in its handle through to its extremities, a little more than the one above. This, it was the density really, the places you're just below there because of like, it's a beautiful handling fleece, got a lovely uniformity throughout, just doesn't have the weight in the staple that, you know, that the alpacas above it have it today, right? And here we have a fleece It's beautiful. It's a lofty fleece, good staple length, right? Fairly nice structure. Not as bright, not as fine as any of the alpacas standing above it today. Okay, thank you.
Six adults, one senior.
The results of the second Wakaya Intermediate Female White in Ring 1. First place 232, second place 235, third place 231, fourth place 228, fifth place 234, and sixth place 233. And the results of the first black junior male class: in first place number 509, second place 508, third place 516, fourth place 513, fifth place 514, and sixth place 515. So in Ring 2 we have the second class of junior male black, and then there will be a third one, and then they'll be stopping for lunch. And then in the Ring 1, in the whites, in come the adult female white in Ring 1. There will be a senior probably come in at the same time because she's on her own. That will be judged, and they will do the championship, and then they will stop for lunch. So we're trying to coordinate so all the judges stop together for lunch, which the way we're going, you know, will be probably after 1:30. And then everybody will break for at least half an hour, and then we will continue after lunch with the junior handler class first, and then on to the judging, which will continue with the Surreys in Ring 1 and the multi-classes, and in Ring 2 it'll continue with all the rest of the black classes, the intermediates and the adults and the seniors, and then the championship of the black class. I didn't read out the sponsor for the black class, kindly sponsored by Alpaca Power. That is the black male champion class, and that'll be in later on this afternoon. Exhibitor announcements. Can the first and seconds from any of the junior white Wakaya classes, the three that were on earlier, and the first and seconds from the intermediate white classes, females, please come to the collecting ring. They're now judging the adult female white with the senior. When this is done, they'll be going straight on to the championship. So we need first and seconds in Ring 1, collecting ring for the white females. Thank you.
Okay, here we have the second section of black juniors. Number 520, I think it is, standing in first place there. Really coming through here, phenotypically, really comfortable with where these alpacas are standing. They're representing the breed type. But moving into first place here, just carrying good color uniformity, carrying the best fleece overall within this class. We really like the handle of the fleece, good color uniformity in that fleece, and good uniformity of micron. He had a little bit more organization in our second place here. Second place, having some reasonable density in its own right, just a little more variation there, still showing softer hand, but not having the strength of frame and just not quite as correct through the front legs there as our first place. Then we saw a bit of a step up in micron moving into third place here. Third place, really appreciate the frame on here, got good chest capacity, hind quarters. Really seeing some good depth in the body on this alpaca. You move into that fleece, there's a little more variation within the staple, so we're seeing a micron change within that staple. We're also seeing a micron change as we go out into the hind quarters there. However, it was the primary fiber relationship with secondaries that stood it over fourth place. Fourth place here has a very bright fleece, not having the fineness of those above, and the primary fibers being much stronger and a greater presence of primary fibers within each staple. But we couldn't get away from the brightness of this fleece and the density, even relative to fineness, to stand him up fourth over fifth. Fifth place here, not quite having the color uniformity of those above him, neither did he have the density of those above. And then again, between fifth and sixth, we were seeing a step change here, fifth having much more density than sixth. We need more structure within that fleece to give more density. Thank you.
Here we move into the next group with the white females. These are the adults, and then we have one in the senior class. And really pleasing to see these females out here. In the adult class, these girls carry down the line over 30 months of age. They can be 24 months up to 48 months in this category. We pulled this group up and we had a close top pair. And as we came in and looked at them side by side, we gave the advantage to this female here. You can see she's compact in her frame. She's very feminine overall in her style. And as we opened up the fleece on her, what gave her the advantage is the consistency carrying through that staple. Moving across her blanket, she maintains that evenness all the way through within the fleece, from the skin out to the tips. It carries with a very organized crimp style from the skin out to the tips, and then from the shoulder mid-side through to the rump area as well. So she carries it across a large part of that blanket with great evenness and consistency. Beautiful brightness in this fleece as well, and an excellent length to the fleece carrying through, giving her the advantage today. Congratulations to you. Moving then into second place, if you'd bring her out, this female showing great capacity, very feminine in her style, and just packing an incredible amount of fiber onto that frame. A little closer as she moves away off of her rear. However, when we look at her overall body capacity, this female, with the amount of fiber, she stands here in the second place position. Long stapling fleece on her, excellent fineness within this fleece, and that length of staple, the fineness combined along with the density, gave her the advantage coming up into second. Moving on to the third, we had a slight jump in the micron in comparison. However, we really did appreciate the overall strength of frame on this third place female. When she came into the ring, she really caught our eye as far as her overall substance. She's very upright. She carries through with great strength and capacity. Lovely length again on her fleece within the staple, just a little bit broader in micron, so not quite as fine. However, within that staple, she carried across with a good degree of uniformity across the blanket. Combining that with her frame, she stood here in the third place position. That density gave her the advantage over 243. 243 also just a little bit lighter in her frame. And as we view her from the side, she's not as strong and straight in that top line. She's got quite a varied top line as you view her there. This female, however, is maintaining very good fineness within her fleece for the growing period, also growing a very nice length to the staple and overall consistency across that blanket. We did find a little brown spot there in her fleece, which obviously we'd like to see more uniformity of colour, but throughout the rest of the staples she seemed free of a secondary colour, and so she remained here in the 4th place for that fineness and softness of hand as she is maturing. Moving up then into the 5th place alpaca here, you can see she's got a very strong overall frame to her. She has great capacity. Overall, she's very correct. In comparison, just a little broader in micron, so she wasn't quite as fine as we move down the line here. She carries a lot of fibre over that frame, a slightly broader style character of crimp within the staple. However, not carrying quite that same softness of hand, and hence her placement here into the 5th position. Moving then on into 6, we've got a very large frame female here. She's got a very interesting haircut as well. She's got little pom-poms on her legs. I'm not sure that's a feature, but anyway, we really would recommend shearing that off when she gets shorn this year. This female carries through with a lot of size to her frame, but simply not showing the degree of fineness. It's a broader micron fleece, slightly broader in that character along the staple. And in this company here, we had some very fine alpacas as they were maturing out. Then as we come into the single entry, we have this female 244. She was a single entry, but we did award her a 1st place ribbon. If we could do, in a breeding decision here, just put a little bit more substance of bone on her. She's a little bit of a light-framed female overall. However, with that being said, she's maintaining excellent fineness within this fleece. She's 55 months of age, and for that 55 months, she's carrying that evenness and fineness throughout the staple, which gave her here certainly this ribbon. We were happy to put that on her here today. So let's give these guys a round of applause. Congratulations.
And some results coming in from Ring 2. The 2nd Junior Black male class, the winner was number 520. 2nd was 521. 3rd is 523. 4th is 522. 5th is 517. And 6th is 518. So in Ring 2 now is the final Junior Black male class before lunch. Did you hear lunch, Peter? Lunch. So we're getting there. And you'll be pleased to hear, with that bit of a rush that we've had on, we're virtually only about 20 minutes behind. So we're doing really, really well. And then we've moved on in Ring 1 to the championship of the white females. So we've had the junior classes. There was 3. Competitive white junior class. Then we've got 2 intermediate classes, the 1st and 2nd should be coming in. And then you've got your adult class and your senior 1st and 2nd, or 1st as well, that will be in the ring. So this will be judged. This has been sponsored by Forest Paradise Alpacas. And after this is awarded, the judges will break for lunch. So we've managed to coordinate that probably both sets of judges will have lunch together, and then we'll go straight on after lunch into the junior handler class. But once we've finished, I'll let the junior handlers know about when we want them back. Thank you very much. doing fine, thanks. Oh, no, you go now. I bought this to keep going because I need the recording.
Thank you. The final group of black juniors here, the male coming up in first position, was a clear winner in the group. As you can see, very true to type and stylish overall, correctly conformed. Looking at the fleece, he had the best combination of density for his relative fineness. He's well organised through his staple, and he's relatively uniform in his colour through that fleece. So those positive attributes have brought him up to the top of the class. Second place male, really appreciated his overall frame attributes. As you can see, excellent substance of bone and capacity to his frame, just not showing, exhibiting that degree of density through the staple, and that's put him firmly in second position. That clear advantage in growth for age and maturity. Also, he has relatively finer fleece overall than the male, coming up in third position. Third place boy, very true to type and stylish. Just at this point in time, just really needs to grow up and flourish through that frame. He is just a bit smaller overall and not quite as developed as we'd like to see. Looking at the fleece though, he stands firmly in third position for his advantage in relative density and organisation through that staple. Slightly higher in micron than the two standing above him, but he did have that density advantage, and that's displayed by a greater level of organisation through the staple and across that blanket area. That fits him firmly in third position when comparing him to the fourth place male. Fourth comes up, we concede he has a fineness advantage when comparing it to the boy standing above him, but just not the degree of density or organisation. When we try to open him up, he's not opening up clearly through his staple, starts not cross-fibring, but just doesn't open up as cleanly as we're seeing in the male standing above him, because he's lower in density overall through that staple. He's relatively more uniform in his colour through that fleece when comparing him to the boy coming up into fifth position here. Fifth place male, relatively competitive in the level of fineness. Again, we'd like to see a greater degree of density for him to be higher up in the placements, and he's not as uniform in colour, as I said, so that places him firmly in fifth position. He is relatively finer overall than the male coming up into sixth place. He's a younger boy, he's true to type overall, quite uniform in his colour through that fleece, which is an advantage, but just not that degree of density or fineness to be higher up in the class. Well done.
Down there, welcome. Our sponsor is Forest.
Okay, here we are, the white female championship here. We've had a great morning, I have to say, just to say to all the white breeders, we had a great morning. It's been challenging, you know, in all sorts of different ways, a lot of interest, but finally we arrived at a champion here who, as you can see, is a beautifully balanced alpaca. You can see that there's great depth and capacity in her, there's great strength in the bone, and she's showing a great deal of fineness. And it's the fineness, I think, that was putting her, for her age, you know, which was putting her above there, on a beautifully uniform fleece with a very long staple, right? Very long staple with transition lines way out of reach. You know what I mean? It's very uniform fleece, beautiful handle, nice and soft, with a delicate structure, and a real worthy champion. And ironically, I think that like the similar fleece style exists in the 33-month-old girl here, right? Who's showing she doesn't quite have the same amount of density maybe as one above, but fineness at 33 months. She's got a good level of fineness, good level of organisation. She's maybe not she's nowhere near on the strength of the frame of the one standing above it, but she's got a beautiful soft handle there, right? Soft handle, lack of distinction between primary and secondary fibres. You know, it carries right round the front, very consistent in its fleece. Both of them very, very consistent animals, very uniform, which is a great attribute. We've seen some very, very good animals with some great fleece on them, but not necessarily maintaining all the way through. And I think that's what's pulled these two animals to the front here in the White Champions. And I think there's been some beautiful animals. There's a beautiful the junior down there. You know, it's cross-fibered to hell, and we're struggling to get into it. And there's a beautiful fine, on a strong frame here. But I think overall, it was the delicacy and the fineness that just moved you above them today. But thank you very much. It was very good. Thank you.
Well, the mistake you think they make, when you put, you know, the three big classes, when they pull them all out on standby, the last two are going all over the place, so they get wherever.
Okay, so you're good? Okay, you'll be back up to lunch. Thank you. Okay.
What time?
Okay, so we've got a nice...
How many entries is there?
As a Mother's
Are we
Day-
doing the Julie Handlers? Who? Me and Amanda? No, we were aware. Somebody was doing it.
Am I in charge? No.
Like a judge?
No. No. I'm just trying to figure out how long I've got to get you lot ready. 2:20. Right, look, plenty of
What's the time then?
It is 5:02.
My mum's got that.
So your mum heard as well, so you're all right. So,
20 past.
Exhibitors announcement, the junior handler will commence at 2:20. Come to the holding area, both pens for 2:20. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. But again, I'll put my complaint.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've had a short lunch break and we will resuming in about 5 minutes. Can Liz of Lock Transport, if she's around, would she come to the desk? Because she will be watching then the junior handler. The junior handlers, if you could get yourselves ready and come to the holding areas, we're going to commence in about 5 minutes. So the junior handlers, about 5 minutes. And if you, anybody sees Liz of Lock Animal Transport, if she would come to the desk as well. Thank you.
Okay, can we just have the exhibitors' attention for a moment, please? This is very important regarding your exit this evening. So exhibitors, if you could just please take note, those of you that are in the building. The Hall 2 exhibitors, you will need this afternoon to form a queue back where you came in when you unloaded. So from the corner, there'll be stewards down there to make you line up going back towards the boom gate. And then you'll be coming in groups of 6, coming into the hall there in 2, I think it might even be 9 actually, coming in, loading up as quickly as you can, and then exiting out the same way. For this hall, it's really, really important that you don't go and line up there. So if you're in this hall, Hall 3, what you need to do is collect your vehicle and go back out towards the boom gates and drive around I guess what is the front to the E3 slipway, which is up in the top corner here. And then go down the little road and then come around this side of the building here. And then they'll get you to line up there, and they'll be bringing in, again, 7 or so at once to load in front of the doors and just down on the fence. And then you'll be going out towards the boom gate. Okay, so if you're in this hall, Hall 3, do not come up the bottom towards this hall. Go right round the back and down the side and queue there. And that will be the fastest and most efficient way. If you do line up over behind Hall 2, you'll be stuck there for a long time. If you've got any queries and want clarification, please come and find me. Thank you.
Can we have an announcement if anybody sees Liz of Lock Animal Transport, who is sponsoring the junior handler, which is about to commence? Can you send her to the desk here into the main ring? Liz, if you're out there somewhere, can you come to the main ring to watch the class you've sponsored? We'd love to see you.
Static. It's because of the floor. It does something and it clicks on me. Yeah, we'll be just waiting for Amanda. I think she's in the toilet. No, she's now here. Right? She's in the powder room, we call it, don't we? What do you call it? The rest room. No. She's having a rest in the rest room. I don't know, yeah, I don't know. I would talk to Amanda. I said, Amanda can tell us what to do and I'll just pick her ideas for the next one. Oh, she's over here. She's distracted.
Liz O'Connor, are you out there? Lock Animal Transport. She is the sponsor of the junior handler, which will be commencing in the next 5 minutes. Liz, if you're out there, Liz Connor, come to the desk in the main ring. Thank you.
How many classes have we got left? Yeah.
Hamilton's not coming, is he? No, no.
Do much with them, just do what you want to do with them.
Rob, Amanda?
Yeah?
Yeah, they're starting, yeah, they're doing separately. So you might have to stand here, in here. Rob, Amanda? Amanda? I know Rob's definitely left here.
Right, so
This is Elizabeth from Lock Transport, who's the sponsor. She'd like to come in the ring. She's the sponsor of this class.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
Okay, she come in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You want it?
Ring steward. Do we have a ring steward for here? Ring steward? Oh no, Barry isn't a ring steward, he's a pen steward. Okay, well that'll be all right. You might be needed more in here. Exhibitors that have just come back for lunch. We're just commencing now the young handlers classes. In ring 1, we've got youngsters going from 6 to 10 years old, and ring 2, we've got the 11 to 16-year-olds. And there's just 3 in the larger or older class, and quite a number, as you can see, in the youngsters. And it's going to be judged by the big judges, 1 from Australia, 1 from the US, and 2 from the UK. They're going to put these youngsters through their paces and award them their rosettes. So enjoy. And Elizabeth from Lock Transport, who has sponsored the main ring, is going to stand in with them and enjoy the class because she is the sponsor of these 2 classes. Thanks, Liz. For those that have just returned from lunch, you are now watching the junior handler class. In ring 2, you have the 11 to 16-year-olds, 3 of them. And in ring 1, you have the 6 to 10-year-olds, and I think there might be 6 or 7 of those. Can I just tell exhibitors what we'll be recommencing is the Surrey Junior Whites in Ring 1, and it'll be the intermediate black males in Ring 2. So it might be worth you being aware that you'll be asked as soon as these junior handler classes are over. Thank you very much.
Okay, what we're doing here in both rings at the moment is the junior handler. We've got the older group. So we've got Charles coming up into first position, he's 11. We've got Zoe in second, and she's 15, and Faith coming up in third, and she's 12. So congratulations. What we get them to do is walk the course of the show ring, and we want them to have their lead in a way that's safe for them in case the animal gets away. We want them to be able to present the alpaca as well as they can while we're examining them, and then we ask them some questions. So what we did, we got them to show them their teeth, and we asked them some questions about their teeth. So we wanted to know what the front teeth were called, and so they're called the incisors. We talked about the canines, which are the next teeth along, which we often refer to as fighting teeth. And then a lot of people forget that yes, they only have teeth at the bottom in the front with their incisors, but they do have molars which they use for chewing. So they have teeth both front and back, up and bottom, upper and lower in their molars, and they use those for grinding when they're chewing their cud. And then we also asked them about changing mouth, and so what that is when they lose their baby teeth, and that tends to happen from about 2 to 3 years of age. And so they did a fantastic job with showing their alpacas and controlling their alpacas, so give them a round of applause. Thanks kids.
Thank you. We're now moving in the ring 2 onto the intermediate black males and the adult black males. Putting out a severe warning again, will you please get here as fast as possible, intermediate black breeders and adult black breeders. You are keeping the judges waiting. Thank you. Right now, this is the final warning for the intermediate black male. We are still short of Wyvern, Riven Herd, Wistella, Chile, Dreamcoat, and Hearts Alpacas. If you're not in the ring within 2 minutes, you are going to miss it. That's it. We're starting the class now. When we stopped for lunch, I didn't get the chance to announce the Wakaya champion white female that occurred in ring 1. So I'd like to tell you the winner of the Wakaya champion white female. It was number 232, which is Beck Brow Glitterati. Congratulations to Barbara and Paul Hetherington. And the reserve champion went to 239, which is Bosdown Debonair the second. Congratulations to Bosdown Alpacas. So we've caught up on the results now of that white class female that ended before lunch. So we're still on the junior handler in ring 1. Big class, lots of competition. They've been asked questions, I believe, and showing teeth. And in the ring 2, we've got the intermediate black males coming into the ring now.
Please would everybody who has an adult male black Wakaya come to the collecting ring as soon as possible, please. Adult male black Wakayas, please come to the collecting ring as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yes, like leaders. I mean, like readers. Okay. Well,
So here we are in the junior handler class. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause. We have them out here. They are 5 years to 10 years of age, so excellent job. We asked them some questions, what type of alpaca they had, and whether it was a Bacaya or Surrey, and what they liked about their alpaca. And so we had a lot of comments about whether they were soft or friendly, nice eyes, and one alpaca. Did your alpaca come in the house? No. Oh, we had a dribbling alpaca. I asked if one alpaca actually came in the bedroom, and he was like, no, what's your problem? But I think it's really great to see these young handlers and how well they have brought their alpacas out. They've really paid attention to us as we've been out in the ring. And what's really impressive is as we're asking them these questions, looking us in the eye, being really clear with their answers, being confident, and being able to stand out here in the show ring is quite nerve-wracking. But these guys have done exceptionally well. So let's give them a really big round of applause. So we're going to start here by awarding the banner, and the banner is actually going to go to this young lady here. She is 5 years old. And Lock Transport is the sponsor of this class here and awarding the banner. But this young lady, when you watch her poise, 5 years of age, she just does amazingly. When the alpaca goes to move, she just plants her feet, and the alpaca is not going anywhere. She talks to the alpaca. She really did a great job just in all her presentation. And I think they look very good together with that banner, don't they? Let's give her a big round of applause. Then we're going to go down the line up and bring everyone out in line. So maybe let's move her to this end. Yeah. Okay, and then next in our group, we are going to bring up this gentleman here. Come on up and win your award. Very confident as he gave us his answers, confident in handling his alpaca. The only thing I would say is we need to tie his shoelaces because he has a runaway shoelace there. So we're going to give him a chance here to get his shoelace tied. But really did a fantastic job handling his alpaca and his confidence. Well done. Then next we have the young lady with the boots on here. She would like to come on up and take her award. Just great poise and confidence. She's got a very gentle manner. When we asked the questions, she looked us in the eye. She was very clear as she responded. Very confident as she handled her alpaca. Paid close attention to what we were doing. Just did a fantastic job. Well done. Very nice. Then we move down the line to this young man here with the red rope on his alpaca. If you'd like to bring him up. This young man here at 6 years of age, he just kept this smile on his face the entire time, just incredibly happy about being out here, really clear in his answers, and did a great job handling his alpaca. Let's give him a big round of applause. Good job. And then it was really interesting in this class. We have a young lady here who didn't have the easiest alpaca. This alpaca didn't want to stand, it didn't want to walk, it didn't want her to show the teeth, but she kept a smile on her face, she kept hold of that alpaca, great confidence, answered the questions. She's just got this great overall attitude about everything. So let's give her a big round of applause. Well done. Good job. Good job. And then we have you're 6, 8, and 6 and 10. Okay, let's bring all of you guys, come on up here. These three here. This young lady here at 6 years of age is just amazing. She has just got the best confidence, and as she is handling her alpaca, it is going to go where she wants it to go. Whether or not, it doesn't know it yet, but it's going to go there. She also just has the most fantastic smile. She was so confident when we asked her the questions. Her alpaca is soft and fluffy. And what was the favourite thing about your alpaca?
They have nice ears.
Nice ears. Aren't they nice ears? So let's give her a big round of applause. So here we have come down, and this young lady here, she did such a good job in getting her alpaca stood up, in showing the teeth, and just carried on with lots of poise. And we really just appreciated how calm she was, and what a great job she did with all of us asking her the questions. And also just want to know, what's the name of your alpaca?
Mabel.
So here she is with Mabel. Let's give her a big round of applause at 8 years of age. So a comment here we certainly want to make on this young lady. If you look down at her shoes, she's got very sensible shoes that are very good for alpaca showing. She's got nice boots, lots of support. So she came out here dressed very well and very practical for the job. So let's give her a big round of applause. Well done. And then this young man here, he's wearing an alpaca hat, so we really do appreciate that he's supporting the alpaca all the way over. He did a great job with us. I think he thinks we're a little bit crazy. Would that be right? Yeah, he nodded. So, what's your alpaca's name?
Marvel. Marvel.
Marvel? Like after the Marvel movies? If your alpaca was a superhero, what would he be? Okay, so I just asked this young man if his alpaca was a superhero, what would he be? And his alpaca would be Superman, which I love that. So let's give this young man a big round of applause for bringing his alpaca out and doing such a great job today. All right, well, that then concludes the junior handler. Let's have them parade the alpacas one time around the ring, and let's give them a big round of applause whilst they do that. Well done, everybody. Stop. Stop walking. Lead the way. So you're going to they can do one, yeah, just follow him, okay? Follow on. So let's give them a big round of applause as they give us a parade round the ring. They are so amazing.
See all the personalities come through, aren't they?
Oh, it's, yeah.
Okay, there's the intermediate black male class there. Really quite a tough thing here, working out where to balance off traits. Black breeders have made tremendous inroads, but we still need to see consistency coming forward within the traits. Just standing in first place here, this male, if you stand and look at him there, stands really proud, represents the breed type. We need that phenotype. We've got the phenotype, there's a chance we're going to start getting the fleece characteristics that are allied to that. But he's got great breadth of chest there, great depth in that body, great spring of rib, powerful through the hindquarters. You move on to that fleece. The fleece is long staple there, showing a good uniformity of micron, good uniformity of color there. And it was really that overall package of presence, a conformation and fiber standing him above our second place. Second place here, as you can see, still got some maturing out to do, a little bit narrower through the chest and hindquarters. Just like to see him a little bit straighter off the top line there. You move on to that fleece. It's a very bright, very well organized fleece. It's actually showing more organization, or more obvious organization, than our first place. You actually move into that fleece on there with good density. It just doesn't have the color uniformity of the first fleece, nor is it quite as uniform in micron. And then moving on from here, we have fairly clear divide here, because we come down, major issue in any alpaca is color uniformity. And we move on to our third place here. We're seeing a greater number of white fibers springing up across the fleece. It is actually very soft handling. It's the most highly organized fleece within the group, but we're just seeing too much of that white fiber coming up to allow him to move up. Soft handling and bright, but still got that problem with those secondary colors running through. It was density here and organization, though, standing it over the fourth place. Fourth place here, got a soft hand to it again. Not seeing the uniformity of micron across the body on this one, nor are we seeing the same level of fineness here as we're seeing further down the line. But this in itself does have better color uniformity than our fifth place. Again, I appreciate the staple length on this fifth placed alpaca, but again, just seeing more white fibers and not actually quite as much interspersed throughout the fleece as some of the others above it, but just a greater number in sort of separate spots. However, he was just carrying a finer, softer handling fleece and a denser fleece in the sixth place here. Sixth place, we'd like to just see a little bit more breadth in that chest and a bit more strength through the hindquarters, but it's got time to mature out. Well done, thank you.
Just going to give you the results of the Wakaya intermediate males. In first position, 536, second, 538, third, 537, fourth, 534, fifth, 541, and sixth, 533. And in the ring now, we have the Wakaya adult male black alpacas. And also in the ring, they'll be judging the one Wakaya senior male black.
Getting their asses into the ring, collecting rings.
What, for the championship? Would all the black alpacas that came first or second in their classes please collect in the gathering ring now for the championship? Male black Wakayas, please bring your animals forward for the championship, which will happen very soon. Thank you.
Yes. The champions, because these are, well, you've got last Surrey class to do.
And that's it. That's it.
You need to see who the sponsor is, Alpaca Power. Give her a good push because she's a partner.
The black male Wakaya champion is sponsored very kindly by Alpaca Power. So if Helen MacDonald from Alpaca Power would like to give the sash out, please could you come across to the reception desk? Thank you.
Right, and we need to tell them what's happening in ring one.
Please. There's only one class. In ring one at the moment we have Class 200, which is the Surrey Junior Female Whites, which will be followed by the Surrey Intermediate Females White with a short fleece. And as the show approaches the moment when we will be selecting the Supreme Champions, another big thank you to our gold sponsors for the whole weekend: Ashwood, Beckbrow, Faubery, Horton Hall, Inca and the Surrey Stud. Our Silver Plus sponsors were CS Alpacas, Popham, Artwork, Blackberry, Charnwood Forest, Pinnacle, Wyvern Vale and Patoon. And our other silver sponsors, grateful thanks to Alpha, Snows Hill, Hearts, Hilly Ridge, Alpacas of Cornwall, Bowsdown, Classical Mile End, Legacy and Dreamcoat. As we've just seen, LOC Alpacas sponsored the main ring and the junior handler, and we're very, very grateful to Alpaca Showtime for the live screening.
Thank you. In the male ring, we have the last two sections in this black class, and we have 4 adults and 1 senior. We sorted to a closer pair in first and second position. The male coming up in first position, we felt just had the edge in level of fineness and organisation through that fleece. He's got a high level of brightness overall. He's true to type, as you can see. We'd like to see a bit more width and capacity to his frame. He's just a bit narrower through the frame. That's an advantage the male in second position has, but we felt he had the fleece attributes to come up when we were directly comparing these two. Second place boy, very conformationally sound, very true to type, as you can see. We really appreciated the capacity to his frame. We appreciated that he didn't kick us as well. He just not showing quite that level of organisation and structure. A few more white fibres as we move through. We recognise he's older, but just not quite that degree of excellence that we're seeing in the boy standing above him. When we move from second to third place male, again, just an increase in overall micron when comparing him to the male in second place, especially considering the difference in age group between these two. He's very straight through the back line, which is pleasing to see, very upright and correct. He's certainly more uniform in his micron overall, showing a better organisation through his staple than we're seeing in the male coming up into the 4th position here. 4th place male has got a greasiness and brightness to that fleece, but he is much more variant in his micron with greater presence of higher micron primary fibres running through the blanket area. Also, he's a bit closer and through the front and rear legs when comparing him to the male standing above him, so not quite that robustness to frame, and that's put him firmly in 4th position this weekend. And then with the senior, we've decided to start off with a second place. This male is showing capacity overall, again quite close through the front leg. Looking at the fleece, he's again slightly higher in micron than we ideally would like him to be, and a greater variation in colour through that fleece. There's quite a lot of white fibre running through that fleece, and also some greater presence of high micron primary fibres than we ideally like to see. So for your national show, we've decided to start off with the second this weekend. Well done.
We are moving into the junior white females here. And this class, we had some excellent luster and fineness in these fleeces in various different stages of growth. And then we took all of that into account to come to the final placing. This alpaca here, who came up into first, if you'd just like to parade her out, on the day she just overall was the most complete. As you look at her, she's very true to type through her head style. She's showing excellent locking through her top knot, down her neck, down all 4 legs. You open up this fleece, she has a bright fleece with a brilliant luster to it. It's a really healthy fleece overall. And she carries within the lock a good amount of fibre across that blanket and just puts it all together, giving her the advantage here today. Congratulations. Moving then to second, we really did appreciate the degree of luster in this fleece. She's 9 months of age. Would like to see maybe just a little bit more size to her frame. At this stage, she's just a little bit tighter in at her hocks. But when you look at her, she has a good body on her. She's very true to type through her head style. She just needs a little bit more time to grow up. The luster was the advantage on her today. A really silky fleece, a very lustrous fleece. Within the lock, she had a moderate degree of density, but carried across with a good degree of evenness, and that silkiness and the high luster gave her the advantage. Congratulations to you. Moving then into the third place, we really did like this third place female, but she's 11 months old. She was the oldest in the class. So at 11 months, she's just a little bit on the smaller side at this stage. However, we stand back and we look at them, and when you stand back and view her from the profile, she's strong and straight in her top line. You know, she's a little narrow at her chest. She's a little narrow off her rear. She just needs to get that fleece off and grow out a little bit more. What we really did want to recognize on her is the solidity and density within the lock. She's carrying an amazing amount of fiber, just not showing at her greatest potential at the moment. Within the lock, it organizes with a very distinct wave and a twist to the lock. Some of the fibers rotted off on her. You can see on her belly and on her legs. So that's why she looks a little bit funny compared to the others. But there's a lot of fiber packed in there. However, as we look at this fleece, it didn't have that high level of luster. And we would expect to see a greater level of luster for the style of the fleece. So she's really at a stage where that fleece just needs to come off, let her grow out. And I'm sure she's going to come back in beautifully high luster, locked up. So she just needs a little time to move on there, but beautiful female. Moving then into fourth place, the cut between the two was the degree of density. As we came to this fourth place alpaca, for her age, she's showing good overall growth within her frame. She's true to type in her head style. She's a little bit tender with this fleece. When you go ahead and you go to pour a sample, it comes out very easily. Apparently she's had a little bit of an illness lately, and that's definitely showing in the fleece on her with that tenderness. Again, she'll get shorn off. She's certainly growing out nicely in her frame already. What kept her here in the fourth place position was the degree of luster. She still maintains a beautiful luster, excellent slick handle to the fleece. The advantage went to the female above for carrying much more density and solidity, but that luster and the overall handle remained here in fourth. As we then come into 5, the degree between these two, we were seeing a very fine fleece on number 5 here, just simply not carrying the same degree within the lock as far as density. You open up this fleece, you have to work a little harder to get down to the skin. The overall fibers within the lock are a little more open. However, when she moves out, she does have to be recognized for her overall strength of frame. She's very square, she's very solid, really puts together very nicely. And as we move into sixth place, she was 10 months of age, I believe, or 9 months of age. Incredible size to her frame. She's really grown up, excellent substance of bone to her. Within her fleece, in comparison, she just wasn't quite as fine in comparing her to the others. And as we moved up onto the neck on her, just getting a little more open within the style of the lock, not packing as much fiber in or density, and hence her 6th placement here. Thank you very much for bringing them out. Congratulations.
And the results of Class 200, the Surrey Junior Female White Alpacas, first 246, second 248, third 245, fourth 250, fifth 251, and sixth 247. So now coming into the ring, we have the Surrey Intermediate White Females with the short fleece, and the Intermediate Females with the full fleece, and the Surrey Adult Male. In ring number 2, we have the Black Male Wakaya Championship taking place. And then we're going to be looking for, after that, all the competitors who have entered multi-alpacas to bring them to the collecting ring. And if you are a champion, then please be thinking about getting your alpaca ready for the Supreme lineup. The Black Adult Male Wakaya, in first place 545, second 542, third 544, fourth 543, and the Senior Male 546 was awarded second place. The Black Championship is being very kindly sponsored by Alpaca Power, and Helen MacDonald from Alpaca Power will be awarding the sash when the judges have made their final decision.
Thank you. Congratulations to the champion reserve at the this year's British National Show. The champion coming to this older male here. As you can see, he's beautifully constructed in his frame, very upright and correct, very true to type. Looking at the fleece, he's showing a level of organisation and a level of fineness for his age that we're really pleased with. We had issues with colour uniformity right through the group, so there are some white fibres in that fleece, but for his age, when compared to the other males in the class, we felt he had that advantage. He's certainly packing an excellent fleece on a really correct frame. So very pleased to award him the championship. And the reserve also well grown, coming from the junior section, also very well organised in his staple. He's showing a high level of fineness. Again, just an issue with some white fibres running through that fleece, and that's brought him down into reserve here today. But we really appreciated the qualities of both fleece and frame and want to reward him with a reserve. Well done.
And the winners of the Black Championship, the Black Wakaya Male Champion from Crewena, owned by Mrs. Sandra J. Muriel, was Crewena Amadeus, and the Reserve Champion, owned by Bosedown Alpacas, is called Bosedown Falcon. So well done, both of you. Would everybody who has entered an alpaca in the multi-classes please prepare them for show and bring them to the collecting ring for ring 1. Thank you.
Okay, here we are. Sorry, we've got 3 classes in the ring here at the same time, just checking so we get them all right. Got 3 intermediate Sean Surrey girls, female white. We've got 2 intermediate unshorn girls, that's it, yes. And then we've got an adult shorn girl at the end, shorn lady at the end, very good. Well, the winner here was fairly clear in this class. Do you remember? We've got a beautiful lustrous fleece, good definition, look, great regrowth coming back. Losing it slightly up the neck, you know what I mean, like the neck's not quite in the same quality as the rest of it, but the rest of it's coming very even, very uniform, good luster, good level of fineness on a very steady frame, do you know what I mean, which is worthy of first place. In the second place alpaca was slightly coarser in the micron, not as well defined in its regrowth. You know, we've got beautiful, nice luster, very bright fleece, and it's got. I would admit that it's better, slightly better in the neck, but not, but coarser and not quite the handle of the alpaca. Therefore, standing in first place. The alpaca in third place. There, it's nice alpaca, well grown, good frame. It's not as uniform in its style, right? And therefore the luster moves, right? There's no, in places it's very lustrous, otherwise it's not lustrous, you know? It's kind of different in the thing. So it's typical of like the micron itself being varied, you know what I mean? Within the staples are forming in different ways because there's a different diameters, right, within the staples, and that's what's giving it that effect. So that it doesn't reflect the light as well, and there we go, and that's it. Slightly coarser, therefore, in its micron than the alpaca standing above it today. Then we have these 2, right? I would take each one of them home, both of them, any which way you want. You would want these in your paddock, right? If you are a Surrey breeder, I have to say that these are just at the edge. Now, within a couple of weeks, they'll be sheared. You'll never see them again for a while, right? But like, you know, when they walk into the ring, they're magnificent. As they stand here as a pair, you know, they're absolutely beautiful, right? And it's hard to distinguish between them, right? They're all in full fleece, they're on great frames, very typey, good heads. You have to say that the head, the top knot on this one, right, looks like it's been done by a hairdresser, right? It's absolutely beautiful, the way it curls over the top, and it's not just the cut, it's the actual curl of the actual individual, you know, the individual fibers as it sits over the head. It's like that all the way through. It's very uniform, it's very fine, it's very lustrous, has a beautiful deep feel. There's a lot of, at this stage when Surreys are this long in their fleeces, they gather a lot of dust, right? It's deceptive. But once you open the curtain, it's like walking into a glorious cathedral on both alpacas, right? This one's the finer, slightly more lustrous, right? Slightly more, but I mean, we're talking cigarette papers. The sheer weight of the fleece sitting on this one is intimidating, right? Is the only way you can describe it, right? But great necks, great weight. I mean, I don't know what the cutting weight of these fleeces are, but like they're serious, you know, when they come to it. But again, beautiful luster, really 2 very, very fine girls, hard to distinguish, very good. And then we have the adult over here at 33 months there. You know, in an ideal world, we'd like to see it on a stronger frame, you know, like it's a little slighter frame, doesn't look as well put together as the younger stock, obviously, because more choice has been put in there. But she's carrying a good deal of luster, right? A great deal of luster, a good fineness for her age, and that's the attribute really that warrants a first place today, you know, on a very tidy frame, if not the strongest of frames, right? Thank you very much. Thank you, well done.
Okay, here we have a class of 3 black junior Surrey males in front of us. We are able to start without awarding a first prize if we feel, or sorry, a first place if we feel it appropriate. In this instance we have. We've gone through the 3 and we really need to be seeing some very important traits present in those alpacas in first place. Now what we like about the alpaca we've started with the second on is that there's good frame, good balance to this alpaca, but when we move into that fleece we're finding quite a dry fleece, and we're also finding white fiber there, and we don't have the structure within that fleece to give us the density that we also need, and neither do we have the luster. And that was really our start point, because this boy is conformationally and phenotypically sounder than our second place here. Our second place, again, we move into that fleece, is lacking the structure that we would like. It's got a little more, granted, it's got a little more luster than our second place here, But what it doesn't have is colour uniformity. We're finding a significant number of white fibres and white secondary fibres running through that fleece across the body. And so hence it stands there in third place. That then moves second over third really on colour uniformity and conformation. Our third place here has the class advantage. Everybody knows that we look for lustre in Suras. That alpaca has the best lustre in the class. But it doesn't have the substance of bone of the two above it. It's a little bit finer, it's a little bit narrower, and it does have more white fibre running through that fleece. And I think as black Wakaya breeders would tell you, this issue of white fibre in black animals is major, and if we don't pay notice to it now, it will only become a bigger and bigger problem as we move forward. So thank you.
Class 214, the Surrey Junior Male Black, started with second place 547, third 549, fourth 548. In ring number 1 at the moment we have the White Surrey Female Championship, very, very kindly sponsored by Whistling Duck Alpacas, and Lee Woods from Whistling Duck Alpacas is looking forward to presenting the sash to the champion. The intermediate female, white short fleece, 252 in first place, 253 in second, 254 in third. Intermediate female, 256 in first, 255 in second. And the Surrey adult female, 257. And now, as I say, they're all in the ring, the winners and the second places for the Surrey White Female Championship. Kindly sponsored by Whistling Duck Alpacas. Please will all the entrants to the multi-classes please start to assemble in the collecting ring for ring 1. And the Surrey female champions, brown, fawn, light, brown number 133, fawn 136, light 526. Please begin to assemble in the ring 1 collecting area. And the Wakaya female champions, black 33, grey 52, brown number 85, fawn number 129, light 171, and white 232. Wakayas, please assemble in collecting ring number 2. Thank you. We are looking for the Surrey champions. Surrey champions, please. White male 337, light male 386, brown male 478. Please assemble in collecting ring 1, and the Wakayas 323, 372, 401, 467, 503 and 536. And we're looking forward to the build-up to the Supreme Award of the Supreme Champions, both Surrey and Wakaya.
We are very proud to present the 2017 White Female Surrey Champion for the British Alpaca Society National Show, sponsored by Whistling Duck Alpacas. Here we come with the champion, this female coming out of the intermediate group, 23 months of age. She's already pregnant as well. Just showing great style and type on this female. She's very compact in her frame and carries through with just excellent solidity to the lock. You open up her fleece, she carries through with luster, good density combined, bringing her as the champion today. Congratulations to you. Beautiful, beautiful female. And then as we come to the reserve champion, also awarded by the sponsorship Whistling Duck, this female moved up from the second place position into the reserve. This female, as you open her up, she has excellent fineness within this fleece. You can see she has good style to her as well. Within the fleece, she's getting a little bit cross-fibered in there. That fleece just needs to come off, but when you get right down on her belly, you can see the overall style within the structure of the lock. Just beautiful handle as well. So let's give these two a big round of applause. Congratulations to the white female champion, Surrey.
And the Surrey Championship that's just been awarded, number 256, is Horton Olympia. From Horton Hall Alpacas, owned and bred by Mr. and Mrs. Mick and Liz George. And the reserve champion, also from Horton Hall, was Horton Miss Magic. Well done to both of you. In ring one at the moment, we have the Surrey multi-class. And in ring two, we have two intermediate Surrey male blacks, one black Surrey male in full fleece, and a Surrey adult male. The Black Surrey Male Championship, I should say, sorry, is kindly sponsored by Oakview Alpacas. Gary Naish very kindly offered to present the sash. So Oakview Alpacas, a big thank you to you for sponsoring the Adult Male Black Championship.
Are you going straight onto the championship now? You don't give it. They're not awarding one.
It's got to have British born hair.
Thank you. We have the final 3 classes here in the Black Surrey competition. We have 2 intermediates in the Sean. The male coming up into the first position here. He's quite true to type, and he's showing balance to his proportions. We'd like to see greater capacity overall to his frame and a greater degree of density to his fleece, but he's showing a degree of luster through that fleece, and he's coming back with a level of organisation to his lock, and so that in combination with his trueness to type and his correctness to frame, we're happy to start off with the first place. Second place male, again confirmationally correct, just not showing those fleece attributes to be in that first position. He's higher in micron overall. He's not showing the degree of luster that we're expecting to see, nor is he as well organised through that lock that's coming back, and so he's in the second position. The intermediate unshorn here, we've started with a second place. We're just not seeing the overall qualities that we're wanting to see. Looking at the frame, he's just not showing that robustness. He's lower in substance of bone. Looking at the fleece, we'd like to see a greater degree of density and uniformity in both colour and micron through that fleece for him to be coming up in the first place position, especially here at your national show. So we have decided to start off with a second place there. And then in this older male class, this boy is 30 months of age. He's 10 months fleece. Looking at his frame, as you can see, he's very true to type, excellent substance of bone. He's higher in micron overall, but he's quite uniform in his micron. There is the odd colour variation coming through, but we've taken that into account being the older age. And so we're happy to start off with first place for him this weekend, but we've decided not to award a championship for this section. Thank you.
Do you know you've upset the sponsor?
Did we?
Yeah.
Hey, Amanda, your class is lined up in our ring for some reason. What happened?
Sorry about that. It's a little confusion with the paperwork. We didn't realise what class we were in. This is a multi-class of any sex, any age, anything whatsoever, really. Do you know what I mean? As long as they're both multis, right? And they get put together. One of the unfortunate things here, I think, is that like somewhere on these two animals, there are patches of colour big enough to put them outside of the rules, which puts them outside of the classes, which is difficult, right? But I think, here we go. This is the first prize. That's the second prize, okay? They're both males. We've been doing females for nearly like the last 24 hours, and they're both males. This is a tidy male. Do you know what I mean? He's got a lovely lustrous fleece, got a lovely structure in his fleece coming all the way through. You know, if he, like I say, if it wasn't for the coloured patches, but you win some, you lose some, he'd be in a proper class and he'd probably do very well. So I got no problem with giving him a first place. I would have liked to have seen a lot more luster on this animal. I'd also like to have been able to get close to his skin. right? Because I couldn't break open. He's got 18 months of fleece on him. It's heavily cross-fibered beyond the surface, and really it just needs to be shorn off and sorted out. Really, it's one of those. He was really well grown, and I was terrified he was going to kick me, right? Because like these serious amounts of weight there. But well balanced, good frame, nice enough fleece to warrant it. Came second because this one's just better, right? That's it. Okay, mate. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You are watching in Ring 2 the multi-class Wakaya. That is the final class of the day, apart from you've got your champions coming in. So if you want to see the champions, I would get your seats now, because it is going to be a splendid display. The ring will be opened up to one big ring, and every champion, Surrey male and female, will come in, and then every champion, female and male Wakaya will come in after the Surreys have been judged. All of those champions will be in together. You won't be told who is the overall champion until the thank yous are done, and then the judges will disclose the Supreme Champion Wakaya and the Supreme Champion Surrey. So we're on target, on time. We would appreciate if everybody would not try and clear away while the championship is going on. This is the pinnacle of today. Very exciting to see this many best alpacas in the country, in their colour and their category of Surrey or Wakaya, in the ring together with 4 top world-class judges looking at them. It's well worth getting your seat in the arena to watch them. Come in and join us if you're out in the foyer.
Please will you bring your championship animals to the collecting ring as soon as possible? Thank you.
I think I've got my colleague nervous now. They've got me on the microphone about the multi-classes. This is apparently the multi because we have multi-fleeces, multiple ages, multiple sexes, which don't know if I necessarily agree with, but this is what we've got for the show this weekend. The female coming up in first position here, it's a really unusual colour. If she was in America, she'd be called a modern grey. Really beautiful fleece characteristics through that fleece, very even in a micron, and across the colour being expressed in her fleece, which is pleasing to see. She's carrying that on a very correct frame, so we're very happy to give her the first place this weekend. Second place female, also showing some excellent character and style to that fleece. She's growing a really pleasing staple length, a bit more variation as we move across the colour in her micron, but very correct still, and that relative uniformity has given her a beautiful soft handling fleece. When we move into the third place position, this alpaca comes up in that place. We felt it had the advantage in softness to hand and level of brightness to that fleece when compared to the alpacas in the lower placings. It's also very true to type, excellent substance of bone, and growth for age. As I said, it had that advantage in overall uniformity and softness to hand. When we come down to the fourth place alpaca here, very well grown and upright, but just a greater presence of high micron primary fibres through that fleece, so not as consistent in the micron across the various colours making up the fleece pattern. That's affecting the overall hand to that fleece just because of that variation in the micron range, and so let's put it down into fourth position. It has an overall growth advantage when comparing it to the little one coming up into fifth position. Very interesting colour pattern overall, very true to type. Again, slightly greater variation in the micron when we're looking at especially the darker colours present in that fleece are higher than the lighter colour, but really pleasing colour pattern overall. Excellent coverage to the frame. It'll be great to see it shorn off and grown out over the summer, see it coming back. And then as we move down to the sixth place, this girl really well grown, beautiful Appaloosa colour pattern, so congratulations on that. Again, just not quite the softness to hand that we'd like to see, because a greater presence of the high micron primary fibres affecting that fleece, but really pleasing patternation through that fleece and a very correct frame, so congratulations.
The final multi, any age, any sex, any time class was won by number 60. Second place 557, third 559, fourth 558, fifth 560, and sixth 555. Now we're now awaiting the champions to be lined up ready for the championship.
Which ones are you missing? We are missing, it's actually most of the darks, isn't it? Inca, Houghton, Fogarty, Beckhouse on the way. We've got the bows.
Have you got the numbers?
Right, yeah. So,
Oh, yeah.
start with those four.
The top four?
Yeah.
Please would number 33, Black from Inca, Grey 52, well, not supposed, Brown 85, and Fawn 129, please make your way to the collecting ring.
If Fogarty will be here, he'll bring the other one.
Oh, it's in the programme.
Surrey's Supreme Champion is Lock Alpca
Yep, and the other one's
Transport.
Armitage.
And the other one's Armitage Livestock Insurance. For the Wakaya Supreme Champion. Do we have a show champion or is it just that? Just the two?
That's it.
There's not an overall show champion, right?
Pardon?
There's not an overall show champion.
Yes, called a Supreme Champion.
Yeah, but other than Wakaya,
Oh,
Surrey's
no,
not
no,
just
no,
like
no. Oh, it was, oh, so I've done it around the wrong way. Oh, yeah, sorry, that's right. Pardon? Yeah, the next slide.
Hello everyone. This is your grand finale. We have lining up the Surreys in ring 1 and will come in from the whites through to the blacks, and these are your champion, male and female. The female will be coming in first and the male will be coming after her, and then the Surreys will come in colour order, male, female, white. In you come. Females first. Where's the light female? Not in colour order. Is she light? It's because of... Just so you know what you're looking at. Here we have in the ring the champions, and we brought all the females in first in each colour, and then brought the males in their colour, going from white through to brown or black. If there is a colour missing, which you will see, because normally we go from white, light, fawn, brown, grey, black. If there is a colour missing, it's because they didn't award a championship for that colour. So that's why you might get a male or a female missing in this beautiful Surrey lineup. So these are the champion Surreys of 2017 BAS National Show. They will be judged. The judges will confer. They will know who the winner is, but it will not be announced. The Surreys will be asked to stand to one side, and then the Wakayas will come in. So you know exactly what's going on now. The Wakayas will come in exactly the same way. The females in first, in colour order, white through to black, and the males will follow on, white through to black. We're still missing some Wakaya champions. I know who they are, so I think I'll go and speak to them. Just to keep you up to speed, the judges are now in a conflab, sorting out and discussing who the Supreme Champion Surrey is going to be for the National BAS Show 2017. They will not announce it, they will write it down. And then the Surreys will move to one side and the Wakayas will come in. Similar order, males first, white, fawn, light, fawn, brown, black. Then the females will come in, white, light, fawn, brown, grey, black. And that will be the order of the Wakaya. So in the ring, we will have every Surrey and Wakaya champion for the 2017 British Alpaca Society show. Decision's been made on the Surreys, so you can stand down, Surreys, and just move to, I assume, back. You're going into the holding area again, do you think? Okay. And now coming into the ring are the Wakaya champion females. White first, light, fawn, brown, grey, and black. And then we move on to the males. And remember, the two judges, Amanda and Rob Bettinson, have done the females, so they've seen these girls. But Nick and Peter have only seen the males. Amanda and Rob have only seen the females. So that's why they have to get together and decide who is the overall Supreme Champion Wakaya of the British Alpaca Show 2017. So we do have a few more in the Wakayas. I think a championship was given to every colour in the Wakayas, because we do have more Wakayas in the country than we do Surreys. And so we have the full 12 representatives, male and female, or female and male, of the colours categories that we judge in. As the judges are moving down the line, they've just completed the female lineup. The white, the light, the fawn, the brown, the grey and the black, and are now moving on to the males. It is hard on the animals. They've got 4 judges around them, the handler, and the animals are behaving impeccably considering they've been here for 2 days. Well done to you all to have them so calm at this stage of the day. So here we are moving down the males now to finally get a result on the Wakayas. We have a chance to mention the sponsors again. The sponsor of the Wakaya Supreme Champion is Armitage Livestock Insurance, and the Supreme sponsor of the Surrey is Lock Animal Transport. The two of them are sitting here with bated breath to be told or whispered to them the results of the Wakaya and the Surrey at some stage, to hand over these sashes for the overall champions of the BAS 2017 show.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as the Surrey champions come back into the ring, before we announce that, just on behalf of the show organising committee, I'd just like to take a few moments to thank the relevant people. And really the centre of the show is focused around the show ring and the 4 people who have kindly agreed to come and judge and have given their time and expertise to all of us here at the British Alpaca Society National Shows, our judges. And I know the committee and the exhibitors have just had such a great weekend. The comments have just been fantastic about the judging and the procedure and the good feeling about the show. So really I'd like everyone to put their hands together, please, for our 4 judges, Amanda, Peter, Nick and Rob. Thank you. Just a very small little token of our appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Peter, thank you very much. It's not a bottle for a change. Thank you. Rob, thank you so much. Yeah, once again, thank you very much to our judges. Thank you. I don't think people realise how much of a hard job it is to keep the physical side of it, to walking around all day. I think Mary Jo said last year she did about 6 miles in the day, just walking backwards and forwards, and to the mental concentration and remembering all the traits to put it into, to give a really accurate result. So we really do appreciate it. Thank you. Julia Corrigan-Stewart, we wanted to thank you. I don't know, is she here? Julia, could you come into the ring quickly, please? Thank you. Julia, every year, organised our fleece show a couple of weeks in advance. A massive task. And we're extremely grateful. Julia, thank you. Well done. Thank you so much. Moving on quickly, we would like to thank, really, this show can't go ahead without all our sponsors and the exhibitors. The sponsors put in so much of their money and time. The exhibitors, of course, who this show all focuses around. I hope you've had a wonderful weekend. I certainly have. So thank you so much. Thank you to the Telford International Centre for having us here, and to our show committee that just give hours and hours and days out of their lives to get everything organised in advance. I won't go through and name them, but particularly Mark Steele, Richard Woods, they've put in loads of time. And on the recording desk, Lulu Oliver was here Friday afternoon, and she's still at the desk there, and Sue helping her there. So thank you, Lulu. Thank you, Sue. I'd like to invite now our sponsors for the Supreme Champion Wakaya, Jacinta Nastali, and also Liz from Lock Alpaca Transport to come into the ring and while we announce the Supreme Champions. Yes, of course. And also the ring stewards, of course, they just work and work and work. I'm sorry. Gary, Dave, and your relief, thank you so much. Well done. Such professionals. Still smiling. I'll hand back over to judges to announce the winners. Thank you. Oh, while I've got your attention, actually, for those of you who are not aware, the M5 is blocked. I'm sure you all want to know that. Junction 14 to 15 heading south, completely shut. So please find an alternative route if you're going that way, as I am. Great.
Firstly, on behalf of all the judges, it's been a pleasure to go through and see the sexes that we haven't been able to judge over the weekend, and it's really pleasing to see the quality right through the lineup of the alpacas in consideration for the Supreme here this weekend. I get to announce the Surrey Supreme, and we were incredibly impressed with the qualities of this alpaca. And so we're very pleased to award this to number 256. Congratulations. This is, we really commend her to you if you get a chance to have a look at her. She's got extremely correct frame, a huge level of density and organisation to her lock across that blanket area. She's very fine and even, and it's been a great pleasure to see her because Nick and I weren't able to judge her over the weekend, but then to come through with and give her the Supreme here this weekend. So congratulations to the exhibitors.
And it is with our great pleasure to be able to award the Supreme Champion for the 2017 British National Alpaca Show in the Wakayas. Certainly been a pleasure for Rob and I to come over and see the males that are up in the championship, and likewise for Nick and Peter. So let's give all the Wakaya breeders a really big round of applause for their achievements in this lineup here. So with great pleasure, we award the Supreme Wakaya to number 401.
And I'm sure you all want to know who is the breeders of these fabulous animals. Number 256 is Houghton Olympia, owned and bred by Mr. and Mrs. Mick and George. Mick George, sorry, from Houghton Hall Alpacas. Congratulations. And the Faubury Constantine is the Wakaya champion, owner and breeder, Mr. and Mrs. Graham and Jenny McCard. Congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the 2017 BAS National Show. Thank you so much for your attendance. To the exhibitors, we wish you a safe and pleasant travel home. Thank you very much. See you next year.